Oh my gosh. Do you guys see that? I think we actually have decent equipment now. Yeah, so it's finally happened. I finally got my new camera and mic hookup and everything. And hold on a second. My desktop audio is going. What is going on? Oh, that's what it is. I got Twitch open, but I didn't have it muted because that's the only way I can keep my eye on Twitch right now. So let's start that over. So yeah, I've got new equipment. I finally got my new camera, my new mic set up. I had them for a while, but I was just really particular about um, I was really particular about only wanting to plug them in once I had gotten my new hard drive and my new operating system set up. But after that went kind of sideways, I decided that I couldn't wait anymore, and so I just went ahead and plugged all my stuff into the rig that I got going on right now. So yeah, a little disappointing. I'm gonna try and get that fixed over the course of the next week because we have some vacation time. And unfortunately, as much as I'd like to just take that time off to recharge my physical and mental batteries, still got a lot of little odds and ends to take care of, things that I had to put off. Just because I've been so focused on work, it's been very demanding lately. Thankfully, no new injuries, but mm, uh, man, I'm having a bit of a brain fart. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get the new operating system installed and the new hard drive plugged in. Um, I've also got, where is it? I got like a new little gadgety gadget. I got this. It's an enclosure for M.2 type, SSDs. So that's a lot. That's going to be a lot less painful than just having to start over from scratch. If I can just plug in my old hard drive like this, like an external hard drive, and then you know keep all the programs and files and stuff. Because really, the only reason I'm doing this is just because of the non-functioning DirectX installation that's keeping me from doing any PC gaming at all. That's been really frustrating because it is it's such a nanny program and is built in such a way that it does not let you fix it. Um, I've tried reinstalling it, and it just says, "Oh, you've already got an installation. Installation is not needed." And I'm like, "Okay, but just bear with me, huh? And why don't you just go ahead and install it anyway? Because that's what I told you to do." Or I try to update it. It's like, nope, it's up to date. Nothing to worry about. I'm like, just just do it anyway. Okay, like I told you to do it. Just do it. It doesn't want to do it. So that's been really bad. I hate how it's fix proof. I wonder if that is a deliberate tactic on Microsoft's part to just make you buy a brand new installation. I mean, uh, I did like upgrade to Windows 11 on my laptop, and it's been okay. But this is my first experience with Windows 11 on desktop, and it has been nothing but problems on problems on problems, where it just doesn't. It says that like the requirements are not met, and like, yeah, they are. They really are. They better be. I dropped like a pretty penny on this computer, but no, it's just some silliness where the check isn't working the way it's supposed to. So I tried bypassing it, and then that's leading to a different problem where it just never finishes installing. It just goes to a black screen with a cursor on it forever and ever and ever. And so I've got to bite the bullet. I've got to unplug this massive rig and take it to the computer shop. And oh my gosh, how long has it been since I've done that? Since I've actually had to rely on like a computer repair shop instead of just troubleshooting things myself. Um, I'm sure if I watched like, I don't know, 100 more YouTube uh tutorials on how to do that. YouTube really failed me this time. I like to think that we live in a new age where you can just get tutorials for anything on YouTube, but no, not this time. This time, every uh every video on the subject was just giving me the same handful of non-solutions. So that was very frustrating as well. So hopefully we get everything working proper over the course of the next week. I got to squeeze that in amidst a bunch of other stuff. I've actually got a lot to talk about, so much so that I've got my phone right in front of me with like a list of talking points. Yeah, which speaking of like scuff tech, I'm sorry if the lighting is a little wonky right now. Cuz with the new rig, um my lighting is now being partially blocked by the monitors. Um, because here's what it is. I've got my nice new mic, uh, on its like fancy little swingy, bendy arm thing, over here, and it's clipped onto the back of the. Oops, I've got it clipped onto the back of the desk, and then I've got the twin monitors that have the little sliders that let them go up and down. So now, anytime I go to stream, it's like Autobots roll out, and so like the monitors go up and the arm comes out, and it's all very very fancy, all very Transformers and stuff. I don't know why the RGB lighting isn't coming on for my mic though. I missed that, but whatever. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe that would have just been distracting. I mean, I've already got this mic right in my face. I don't need like a neon glow stick poking me in the cheek, and it's already like intrusive enough to where like I've bonked it like 8 minutes into the stream. I really got to get used to its presence. Uh, I don't really know. It's tough. It's tough squeezing the lighting in. I mean, the streamer lighting, like that's like lighting me from the front. That's not so bad. I don't like the overhead lighting, which I can't do anything about because like we've got a twofold problem going on with my remote, which is the only way to control the ceiling fan. Where one, the battery is cooked, and two, in order to try and get it to like reboot, I messed with the switches, and now it seems like it's not even attempting to communicate with the ceiling fan at all. So like the fan is shot. If it gets too hot in this room, uh I can only rely on like the little itty bitty fan over there. The standing fan's really loud and annoying, and I don't want that on during stream. And I can't dim or brighten the lights at all. They're just kind of stuck the way they are. They're either on or they're off. And of course, it doesn't help that the remote takes some sort of ridiculous, obscure, bespoke battery type that I gotta look for that they probably only have at Lowe's or whatever. Like, what even is this? What type of battery? Like, what do they call it? It doesn't even say. Mm, well, whatever. That's really annoying. I thought I found a replacement, but it just barely doesn't fit. So that's annoying. And, this is just typical for a cross H production stream, isn't it? Every time I fire up a stream, it starts with like a slew of apologies for, you know, why my rig isn't working the way it's supposed to, why the lighting isn't good, why I'm late. I'm not as late as usual. Like, it feels like every time that I fire up a stream, I'm like 10, 15 minutes late. This is probably the closest I've ever been to actually starting a stream on time. But on top of that, I've had to like reschedule it. I said last stream that it was going to be at 1 o'clock again, and I had to settle for 3 instead. For a couple reasons. One is that I opened up OBS and I realized uh, that because I've changed the camera and the mic. Well, the mic actually wasn't a problem. The mic just sort of like instantly just worked. It connected to everything just fine. Um, the actual problem was just swapping out the old camera for the new one for like all my scenes in OBS. So I had to fix that, and I also had to make sure that everything was in order because if you'll recall from the last 2, 3 streams, OBS has suddenly become very temperamental. Where when I try to click and drag anything, it just shuts down. Doesn't care that I'm in the middle of a stream. It'll just give up and go home and take its ball with it. Uh, and it's led to this very annoying process of anytime I make any kind of minute change in the setup for OBS, I gotta close it down to kind of like save the settings because if it crashes, it rolls back any recent changes that I made. So I gotta make like 1 or 2 changes at a time. Close it down, open it back up again, make a couple more changes, close it down again, open it back up again, make some more changes, rinse and repeat until everything is the way that it's supposed to be. It's very odd how like it doesn't crash right away. It'll let you change things maybe 2 or 3 times, and it's like I'm done. Like all done. It's too much for me. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down now. So, but thankfully, I've managed to brute force it and get everything in order. Uh, let's see what else we're going to talk about. Oh yeah. So, I mean, so far it's been a fun week. I watched Tank Girl for the first time because I didn't really think about it. I just got YouTube Premium, and now all of the movies that were free but with ads, they're just straight up free now, so I can watch them. And all of a sudden, Tank Girl popped up, and in my recommendation, I'm like, hell yeah, Tank Girl! Like I've got tons of Tank Girl comics. I love the character. I love the aesthetic. I love the setting. Like it's just cool. Although I've only read one of my many Tank Girls. Maybe I should uh, bring my Tank Girl collection with me because, I said that I've got a little vacation time. I'm actually going to be going on a trip with my family up north um, next weekend. More on that later, but yeah, that's just a thought. And for some reason, my second monitor just totally flipped out. I don't feel too good about that. It's been doing that lately. Sometimes it doesn't feel like turning on automatically when I turn on my rig. Hmm. And that's the newer one too. The older one has held up way better. It's a little dirty, but a little is an understatement. I really need to clean this place up. A production house. Could use a good old wash, especially since I got the new camera now. So now you can pick up on all the little like nasty bits all over the floor and the dusty shelves and all that. So I got to work on that. And oh man, I'm just thinking, even though I gave myself another couple hours to fire up the stream, I did not give myself enough time to actually put out the word on social media that I was starting stream. So unfortunately, I've gotten worse about that. Where it used to be that I consistently advertised on Fridays, and then I would put it off till Saturdays, and then I would put it off till the morning of, and this time I just didn't do it at all. Very unfortunate. I've got to. I gotta get back into the swing of that, but unfortunately, like it's just I don't know. It's been a trying time this whole entire like past year has been tough where it feels like I finally, got my foot in the door in the YouTube space and, just trying to make the channel grow. There's obstruction after obstruction after obstruction. I'm actually finally starting to, make some progress. There actually is a light at the end of the tunnel where it feels like I'm going to be able to put more effort into the channel and not just, have all my energy spent on other real life things. But yeah, another reason that I had to postpone was because there was this one little thing that I wanted to do for today's stream. I really, really wanted to do it, and I'll. Uh, that's for later. That's like after the One Piece. Which, by the way, you like that? I cooked up like a little queue for all the different things that we're going to be doing. I want to try and do that from now on. Make things a little more organized. Also, make it to where I don't have to change the text as often. Which, speaking of which, I'm still not really used to Twitch. The category right now is Shonen Jump's One Piece. I'm pretty sure there's some way to change categories, but I don't know how, and I haven't even bothered to learn how. That seems like just one more chore. Trying to keep changing the category because we cover a lot of things in any one given stream. But what was I saying? Yeah, there was just like something that I wanted to finish, and I just needed like a little more time to do it. So, and with the way that OBS wasn't up to par, the way that I hadn't advertised on social media, the way that my big project just was so close to being finished but not quite, uh, I decided to give myself a couple more hours. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, Roomba. My my favorite streamer on Twitch and YouTube right now, Roomba Friend. He finally concluded his Kingdom Hearts series, and it's sad to see that go because I had a lot of fun going on that little adventure with him. Um, you know, one of his like first ever Kingdom Hearts streams had just randomly cropped up in my recommendations, and I've been following him ever since, and it's been a blast. Huge nostalgia for that game. I figure I'll play that on stream one of these days. I kind of want to do like a subathon marathon of like all the Kingdom Hearts games one like summer where I've got some time off. Um, it's also more because I've really been meaning to start work on a Roomba out of context video, and just haven't gotten around to that. Um, the good news though, after he finished Kingdom Hearts, he fired up his Final Fantasy X stream, and so hyped for that. I love that game, and so I'm gonna love watching Roomba play that. It's been really good. He's moving like a bat out of hell through that game. In just one stream, he's already all the way through Besaid, and he's about to start Kilika. It's crazy. That game isn't really actually that long, especially for a JRPG. You know, if you want to get into all like the crazy post game stuff, that's a whole other story. Because that's always been my gripe with that game. As much as I love it, I tell people it's an MMO it's a single player game that's designed like an MMO, or at least the post game is anyway, where it's filled with like really tedious mini games and grinding and nonsense, and I'm just not into that. Uh, so someone like me who usually is super into like the post game stuff and being really completionist about everything, someone who like completed the Dragon's Den and FF6 and beat all the super bosses and 5 and 7 and all that, tried to beat all the super bosses. When it comes to Final Fantasy X, I just say, bollocks to that. I'll just play the main campaign, and then that's maybe do a couple extra things, and that's pretty much it, because they made getting all the ultimate weapons so tedious. And the balance in that game is so wonky that without the ultimate weapons, all the like bonus bosses, all the optional content and super bosses and stuff, they're basically unbeatable without the super weapons, the ultimate weapons. But then once you get the ultimate weapons, it totally flips around the other way to where they're way, way, way too easy. So not a big fan of that. I have looked up like tutorials though on like the easiest, most like carefree, problem-free way to like just kind of cheese these mini games and get what I want and just be done with it. So, that's another game I'm probably gonna be playing on stream at some point. The same way that I would love to marathon all the Kingdom Hearts games, I would love to marathon all the Final Fantasy games, and maybe the next time I fire up Final Fantasy X, because I've been getting the itch. I've been getting the itch again for the first time in a while. It used to be that I played these games on a really regular basis. Like Final Fantasy VII in particular, I would play on pretty much a yearly basis. And then ever since the remake came out and put like a huge sour taste in my mouth, uh, I've been out of it. But I'm starting to feel the magic again. It'd be cool to do that. I just gotta get this computer working. And hopefully when I get it working, OBS will stop being finicky. The monitors will stop being finicky. My BIOS finally stopped being finicky. I don't know what it is about these computers. Like, it's supposed to be garbage in, garbage out, right? Like, it's like computation is all about repeatable results. You program the computer to do one thing, it does that one thing. It does not err. Uh it is not spontaneous. It has no will. It does not decide to do anything. You tell it to do everything and then it does it. But that has not been my experience at all. Uh, where for just one day, all of a sudden, it decided that it was going to start booting to the BIOS menu every time, apropos of nothing. And it tells me that I have to change the BIOS settings. And so it kicks me over to a different BIOS menu. And, I didn't tell it to open up that menu. So I'm just like, everything's good. Please just, boot the OS. Chop, chop. And then it's like, oh, okay. I mean, you didn't make any changes. And I'm like, I didn't say that I wanted to make any changes. You implied that yourself. So I've got to, get out of the second BIOS menu, and then it fires up the OS with the incorrect time that is set to set itself automatically, but then it just doesn't anyway. And then I open up the menu and it says right to my face that it's set to change the time automatically, and it's not doing it. So I gotta turn it off and then turn it back on. Uh, my phone too. My phone has been doing that where it'll just go through seasons. Like I'll have like a month every or not even a month, like 2 weeks out of every 4 months, it'll decide my car whenever I take off. And so I got to tell it to do it manually, or it'll be very, very slow about it. It'll take like a full 2 minutes to connect. And then it'll fix itself. So that's annoying. But hold on a second. Says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. That's weird. This is my first time streaming with the new equipment. Again, just to clarify, I did do a quick video with the new stuff. But yeah, that's why you saw me kind of stop and stutter for a second. I was looking down at the bottom of OBS and it was telling me that the bit rate was super bad all of a sudden. Now it says that it's good. A lot of drop frames though. More than I'm really comfortable with. This is actually my first time noticing that at all. Let me open up YouTube right now. Is the video but ooh, that actually looks really bad. You know, the new camera is supposed to make things look way better, but that's not the experience I'm having at all. I'm actually gonna have to experiment with this. I just don't know if I want to do it right now. Like, if it's not a quick fix, then I don't want to bother. That's what it looks like on Twitch. Let me open it up on YouTube. Today, please. On YouTube. What does it look like right now? Actually, no, it's fine on YouTube right now. No, it is buttery smooth. It was just like a little hiccup or whatever. Let me check Twitch again. Twitch, please. Yeah, Twitch looks fine. Ah, that was really weird. What does it look like right now? I meant to have Twitch open up so I can see the chat, because again, OBS isn't really picking up that slack. It's supposed to merge my chats, and it doesn't feel like it. And again, just another one of those that hope gets fixed when I switch over to the new operating system. I never finished talking about Tank Girl. Yeah, that movie is actually pretty good. It's really underrated. I mean, it wasn't really blowing me away, but I still thought that it was good. I thought that they cooked. I thought that the actors were good, and I liked the costumes and the effects and the sets and the props. I thought it was a nice little production, and I liked the little animated bits too. That was cool. So yeah, I've been having it's been tough, but I've been having a little bit of fun this past week. Watched Tank Girl, watched Rimba finish Kingdom Hearts, and then fire up Final Fantasy X. And I've been getting back into City of Heroes because they just dropped like a big content patch. So I've been real quick just trying to speed run getting all the new stuff, all the new badges and stuff. Unfortunately, the vanity pets are really tough. There's one that what is it? It has like a 0.1% chance of dropping from boss tier and above enemies from a specific enemy group that only appears in one zone. So yeah, right now it's on the auction house for like a ridiculous amount of influence, like a billion influence. I still remember the old days when purple recipes were like that, where they would invariably sell for 2 billion influence, which is the cap on how much influence you could possibly have on your character at any one time. That's the way it was on live. Thankfully, the market on Homecoming is much more modest, and hopefully, the patch just dropped. Hopefully, we'll get more of an infusion of like this new super rare vanity pets to where prices will drop. Someone pointed out that when something new comes out that can be traded on the auction house, that it's almost always expensive, not just because it is naturally automatically rare because people haven't gotten it yet, but because there are like super collectors like myself waiting in the wings with billions of influence clenched in their fist, waiting to dump all the otherwise useless cash that they have, making sure that they get the thing that they want. Hmm. Uh, yeah. Setbacks aside, it's been really fun. Now, this is kind of an uncomfortable subject, to get serious for a moment. Uh, I've been watching this scene sort of play out, like not very closely. I'm only semi interested, but you might know about this thing that's going on YouTube where this guy, H3H3, I think his real name is like Ethan Klein or whatever. He did like this crazy thing where he did this video, just like talking smack about this other streamer that he doesn't like, which actually turned out to be like this was like his trap card to get uh, people that like the streamer that he doesn't like to react to his video, uh, so that he could catch them in the act being very like unethical and like true to his expectations. What they did was they watched the whole thing virtually uninterrupted, gave very little like commentary. They weren't very transformative about it, and were really just transparent about pirating his video, just playing it mostly uninterrupted on their channel so that other people could watch it without giving him views. Like they specifically did it to take views away from this person. And right now, you're probably listening to me say this, and you're thinking like, why are you bringing this up? Like you're not a drama tuber, a drama tuber. You like we don't come here for drama. Please don't tell me that you're here to like take a side on this. Like we don't want to hear about all this. And you're right. I'm not a drama tuber, and I'm not actually here to talk about the drama. I'm not here to talk about what's going on, and I'm not even really here to talk about the people involved. The All I wanted to talk about was just this idea of unethical reactions and streaming and stuff, and it really gave me pause regarding how I run my little enterprise right here, because I do try to be ethical. Uh, I try to give credit where it's due, and I try to make sure that people know that at no point and in no way is watching something on YouTube or whatever a substitute for going and supporting the creator of the original content themselves. It's not like that. That's not what this is about. I don't even like using the terms like reactor, reaction, react. I don't like that. I don't like the idea that people come here just to watch me make like stupid pog faces at stuff on the internet. That's not what this is about. I prefer to think of it as curation and critique, where all I really mean to do is share my thoughts and emotions on, the things that I'm interested in with other people and get discussion going. That's all that it is. And I'll admit, I'm not always, the most thoughtful. I can get caught lacking. But I never mean to be malicious. I never mean to pirate anything or take away from anyone else's work. And that's really all that I want to say on the matter. Uh, which is to say nothing really. Like, it's like this whole drama that's going on is secondary. It just made me think more about myself and the way that I want to do this channel. So I guess that's it. Just wanted to sort of like restate my mission for Cross Age Productions before I get into the next subject, which is the new digital circus. Like, oh my gosh, finally, a new amazing digital circus video. Golly, I've been asking myself over and over again for the past few months, like, whatever happened to the amazing digital circus? It's been a long, long time since the last episode came out. And in that time, we finally got a new Punch Forever, which had also, been a long time coming. It just felt like there was really a dry spell for the indie animations that I was following. And now they're kind of coming out of hibernation. So I really like that. And I guess that's what we're going to check out now. This is... Let me pull it up over here. Minimize that, minimize that. You come later. Alright, whoa, whoa. Careful. Hate out when you open something up full screen, it just starts playing right away. Alright, this is Amazing Digital Circus episode 5 by Glitch. Which, actually before I fire that up, let me refresh my memory. How long ago was it that I, did my quick and dirty, catch up of all the Digital Circus episodes? When did I do that? That felt like such a long time ago. Is it not like... Okay, so maybe I don't remember, but, at some point, I did a little catch up of the first 4 episodes. And now we're finally here at episode 5. So, let's do this. Oh, wait, hold on a second. No audio. I've been meaning... I really gotta to work on the presentation and the branding for Cross Age Productions over the course of the next week or two, because I still haven't really played with using filters as a way to have audio without actually having audio. I've just been playing videos in silence because playing other people's videos, YouTube is already kind of hit and miss on whether or not they're gonna be okay with it. They kind of keep you guessing there. But audio, oh man, they hate that. They are super vigilant about audio. And, I get it. It's like I was saying, we try to be ethical around here. We don't try to be a substitute for going out and watching this stuff yourself. So I get it. But, sometimes it results in friendly fire. I don't think I'm really breaking any new ground in saying that. I'm sure everyone's familiar uh, with how harsh copyright can be on YouTube at this point. It's a tale as old as time. Just before we go any further, let me make sure that the opacity levels are correct. That should be good. And that should be good. I think that's good. I don't know. Let me mess with that a little bit more before we go any further. No. I wish double clicking on things in OBS just immediately took you to filters. And this, my shield as I call it, I'll take that up to 80% opacity. Oh wow, I actually like the that's weird because there's supposed to be like a really rudimentary, like deliberately rudimentary look to like all the 3D stuff here, but then they have super realistic water effects. Ew, Kingers, they've clearly come back from some sort of like beach core adventure like Hydro Thunder or whatever, but Kinger's got freaking grains of sand on his giant eyeballs. Oh dang. Kane's always intimidated me. He has a level of power over the digital circus that I'm not comfortable with, and I'm still very much convinced that this guy is secretly the villain. In fact, I'm not even really sure if that's secret. This guy is like super sus. Oh man, it's been too long since I've seen these characters. I really miss Pomni, but also looking at Gangle makes you really just want to watch that episode again, where they're the boss of that fast food place. I absolutely love. If you watch the stream, you'll watch me like go to a different dimension when the music comes in when the work shift is over, and Gangle finally gets rid of their new comedy mask, and it's like that's so good. That's on my phone now, by the way. He's got the secret S or the crystal S or whatever it's called on his little notepad. You like that, by the way? You like the neighbors right outside my window that like driving around with no muffler? Mm. To be fair, I need a new muffler. That sounds like Oda. That absolutely 100% sounds like Eiichiro Oda. Although I actually did hear, in one of the drafts for the Romance Dawn arc, the Shanks does not lose his left arm. And then his editor picked up on that, and I was like, this backstory, it's cute, but it's got no stakes. Like nothing really happens. There's no reason for Luffy to learn his lesson because everything just worked out fine in the end. There's got to be some sort of like permanent, dire consequence, something that leaves a scar, And I was like, okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well, let's try a little amputation. Okay, extreme solution, but effective nonetheless. I mean, that's totally iconic now. Okay, you absolutely know what they're talking about. Unfortunately, I have seen a lot of online thirst for Pomni and Jax. Really? She didn't mind it, even though she got high on stupid sauce. Well, maybe that's why she didn't mind it. Maybe that's because she didn't have much of a mind to begin with. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Pomni that got hit with the stupid sauce. It was Ragatha. Mmm. Freedom and autonomy. It seems like Kane doesn't really gel with that. That's interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right. So that's where this episode is going. This is reflective, as I understand it, of the creative process for this episode because they were kind of changing what they wanted to do with it. Like going back to one of the earliest trailers for when they decided to go forward with Digital Circus as a series. Um, it clearly showed like a mesh, like a wireframe mesh for a baseball field, but it wasn't finished. And I get the feeling that they never did quite like fully polish off their idea for what episode 5 would be. And they actually went back and forth on whether or not they wanted it to be a baseball episode, it's just based on my surface level knowledge. Might be wrong. I probably am wrong, but that's the way I understand it. It's Cabela. Oh my gosh. Wow. That was a nice shot. That's epic aim to hit a ribbon with a rifle. Reminds me of the hitboxes in Shinobi for the PS2. Wait, is it really? Can you really be a vegan or a non-vegan in a digital space where there's no meat or vegetables? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but if we had the ability to vote other people uh, into being vegan, like, I'm sorry if you try to force me to be vegan, I think you'll find that I will very much hold on to my taste for blood. Yeah, Pomni, I think I'm kind of liking you in the suit. You know, ladies in suits aren't very. No, no, she's a rudimentary 3D clown. Knock it off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, can I read that? No, no, no. I want to see if I can read that. Uh, does kangaroo taste good? Harass the president. That's as much as I can make out. Oh man. That and in some schools of thought, black is technically not a color. They, you know what they threaten people with? They threaten people with like more really bad Lord of the Rings prequels. That's what they freaking do. I'm sorry. I shouldn't judge Desolation of Smog and Battle of Five Armies since I haven't seen that, but golly, Unexpected Journey was just trash. It was so. I was thinking about it makes me want to go to sleep. It was so slow and boring. I feel like they were never going to get out of that cottage. Okay. Okay. Ooh, Pomni, though. Oh, man, Ragatha with the one kawaii eye. Oh, yeah, Gangle was into manga. Love the crooked eyes on Kinger. Oof. That's, I was gonna call trash taste, but I don't know. Maybe I just haven't seen enough. Maybe I haven't seen enough slice of life to really make that call. I just remember watching Azumanga Daioh and absolutely loving it. Man, I was really loving Anime Pomni. Aw, Pomni really looks cute when she's happy, though. Huh. And I'm actually picking up on that over the course of the last couple of episodes where Jax actually seems to express some type of, like, interest and concern in Gangle. It's like the one character other than himself that Jax seems to, like, even really mind. Bonnie's picking up on it too. Hmm. This is interesting because I remember concluding episode 2 feeling like Jax was secretly going to be like a villain because he's seen so cruel and sadistic and selfish and just really bloodthirsty. Um, and now it seems like he's kind of steering away from that. I thought it was going to turn out that he was like, because that episode 2 was also when they touched on the idea that Kane can't always keep track of which people are real people and which one are just like AI NPCs. I thought it was going to turn out that Jax was like an evil AI or whatever. But I mean, it's not entirely off the table. But oh, man, Jax really doesn't like that. Ragatha's got a mean edge to her. We're seeing different sides to both of these characters. Huh. Now Jax is kind of starting to let on that he cares about Pomni too. Hmm. There are some people online who would unfortunately agree with that. Mandela effect. All right, I vibe with this. I can see why this episode took so long to come out, by the way, because they're going through a lot of different art styles and a lot of different assets very fast. Like, beyond just the whole, like, allegedly they couldn't figure out what they wanted this episode to be about thing. The shading on this sequence absolutely pops, by the way. It reminds me of some of the earliest trailers for Kingdom Hearts 3. I love the use of color in lieu of just straight up shading. Hmm. Jax does bring up a good point. He's not supposed to be able to control people's minds. Ooh, are we gonna get some knowledge bombs? I have been asking, what were these characters like before they got stuck? And we got a little bit for Kinger, not enough for everyone else, so. Hmm. Oh, and Gangle, we learned that Gangle was like actually worked at a fast food chain. That sounds familiar. That also sounds familiar. Mm. Hold on a second. I wasn't sure how long the stream was going to be, so I got plenty of drinks. Water, Mountain Dew as usual. And finished up like a glass of juice just before starting. Hey, check this out. I still got the old like promotional like plastic cups, plastic Disney cups from uh, who made this? Burger King. Yeah, remember that? Remember when fast food chains, when they would give you like a little bonus thing or whatever, it wasn't always a toy. Sometimes it was something actually useful, like those collectible Batman Forever glasses that were actually made out of glass, or the Flintstones glasses. The live action Flintstones with John Goodman. Boy, the 90s were weird. Anyway, more circus. They're still not talking about the actual process of winding up in the digital circus. Like, what is the common thread? How did they all discover it? Why did they take an interest in it? And what's wrong with it to where you can't leave? Hmm. What is Ragatha's damage in this episode? I don't remember that. No, this is absolutely Jax messing with. This is Jax messing with Ragatha. Yeah, baseball. Or softball, never mind. They finally finished it. Oh boy, people love their evil Pomni. They love the episode where she got possessed. Why doesn't she get an evil clone? That works for me. Love the animation on Evil Ragatha. Man, Evil Pomni is really good at softball. Oh no. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more French made jacks on the internet after this video. Mm. Mm. I just saw the Gator Goo sign in the background. Gator Goo. It's all you're thirsting for. I don't know about that glitch. I feel like Digital Circus fans, by and large, are pretty thirsty. Oh, there's a sign for the fast food place that they worked at last time. Spudsies, that's what it was called. Mmm. That was one seriously sussy look on Evil Pomni's face. Okay, whatever tension is going on between those two characters has got to be resolved at some point. Oh my gosh. Jack's crossing his legs like that. That's gonna mess with people's eyes. Whoa, hold on a second. Okay, no, I thought I saw a glitch for a second. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what is this doing? What are you doing? What? Okay, hold on a second. This thing is trying to stop me from watching. Thanks, Google. Thanks. Just gotta catch that frame. Let's go frame by frame. I like how he stiffens up like a cat. Hmm. I think a lot of people would like it if that's how softball works. What is going on between these two characters? Oh my gosh, is he gonna? Yeah, I don't remember him talking about that. Ragatha has a problem with people with feeling like people aren't on her side, doesn't she? She feels dependent. Hmm. And now her opposition to Jax is seems to be getting in the way of that. Now that Jax is starting to be less of a jerk, it's almost like she wants him to be a jerk because she needs some kind of enemy. Like she wants clear sides to everything. Okay. So that was the Amazing Digital Circus episode 5. I gotta say, very stylish episode. Uh, really, really. I love the different art styles and all the different like venues that we go to. All the little vignettes and venues and stuff. And there's cool stuff going on with the characters, but I don't know. I feel like it wasn't conclusive enough. Ended with me asking too many questions and not having enough answers. That was a meaty episode though. That was wow. 25 minutes long. I did not even notice how long this was before I fired it up. And I forgot to keep Twitch open. I really just need a third monitor. I need to pick that up at some point. Although I don't know where I would even squeeze that in. I feel like it would have to be like a super small monitor. Sometimes it'll just kind of like squeeze in real tight, like over there or maybe behind the keyboard or whatever. But yeah, it's still a great episode. Um, I think episode 4 is still my favorite though. So with that out of the way, I think it's time to check out the new One Piece episode. Hold on a sec, let's do it like this. No, let's not do it like that. Because now I can't see my scenes. Getting these two things on the same screen at the same time is really annoying. There we go, that's fine. Alright, new chapter 1152, An Awful Day. I would certainly say so, since we're still in Wano country. Delivery complete. Kawamatsu, daimyo of Hakumai, receives Otama's hat. Cool. So that means the pilgrimage is over, right? Can we please leave Wano now? Are we done? Is it over? Anyway, Oda says, bread is too delicious. Oh, man. Right there with you, man. Oh, it's so hard to quit. I really need to lose weight, but I really, really freaking love bread. Caldi's toast spreads and lunch packs are so good. It's honestly becoming a problem. Very familiar suffering. Abnormal hockey emanates from the realm of the sun. Let's hurry to the lift. Gerd, we'll leave the sack of filth in your care. Got it. Be careful. I shall dedicate all my might to this, Gerd Tasso. Hajruden, move it. Let's get going. I'd better stay too, Luffy. Yasan's wounds are too severe. We can't move him yet. Got it. I'll leave it to you. Well, I believe Chopper also has some very pertinent questions to ask Scoper as well. Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, be mindful of the way you use Conqueror's Haki. Those guys are by no means immortal. Okay. Interesting. Oh, hold on. This is saying something. Current bit rate is higher than that. That's the same problem we have all the time. Be mindful of the way you use Conqueror's Haki. Those guys are by no means immortal. So it's just a matter of technique. Like, he doesn't have some cool new thing or some sort of like fancy little trick or gimmick or whatever, or knows their secret like wolfsbane or silver or garlic or holy water or any of that. No, it's just a matter of just, I guess, getting better with Conqueror's Haki. There's some sort of special way to use it that shuts down this regeneration stuff, at least temporarily. Thanks, you can count on me. I'll save Colin and his friends no matter what. All right, Loki's looking way better now. Gibbon, that just made it click for me. I wasn't able to put it into words before. My own power. I'm the only one left who's faced these knights before. I know I can beat them. Free me and take me with you, Hajruden. You fighting for Elbaf? Hold on a second now. He's faced these knights before. Did we know that before? I feel like that's something that, if you mentioned it before, I've lost track of it. He's faced these knights before. I'm curious about those circumstances. Like I'd ever take you with us. There's another in your group who uses Conqueror's Haki. Is it me? I knew it. With how things were going, Mosshead and Jinbei were about to usurp me. I need to chew on that for a second. Sanji getting a little too self-aware about the power creep. And yet not self-aware enough to know that he had already long since been power crept. And it wasn't until he got his big power up in Wano that the tide started to turn. You there, swordsman. Your body seems to be growing accustomed to it. I have Conqueror's Haki? What? You didn't know? It's been oozing off you. How absurd. Haki is a power that must be understood and tamed. Your captain is one of the Yonko. You should be meticulous if you intend to have his back. My bad. Hey, old man, what about me? What about you, Sanji? Come on. Hajrun, you're pathetic. You'd rather sit back and let these outsiders save our homeland? I'm right here. Use me. Who's to say you won't side with the government? You could easily stab Elbaf in the back again, just like you did on that day. How can you expect me to trust you? Hajrun, hurry. We can't let the casualties pile up anymore. Hey, Loki, join my crew. If he does, then you can't complain if I free him, right, Hajrun? Okay. Interesting rationale. Get real, Luffy. There's no way we'd fit him on the ship. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Loki's an absolute unit, even among giants. When you think about how Big Mom almost like tipped over the ship, she was so big, and this guy's even bigger than that. Ain't no way. Yeah, think of the food supply. I was thinking of that too, actually. He eats even more than you do. Elbaf doesn't seem to want him, but he seems okay to me. Besides, if he tries anything, I can always beat him up. That's always the excuse, Luffy. That's still... This guy, doesn't he have a devil fruit power? So it's not like he could just swim alongside you or anything. Don't mess with me, Runt. There's no way I'm becoming your underling. You're going off your gut, huh, Straw Hat? Well, that is what he always does. I can't wait to see how he fights. Hajrun, what are you doing? The lift's ready to go. I'm coming now. Sorry, Straw Hat. Loki is a condemned criminal in Elbaf. I can't just hand him over to you. Really? Hajrun, release Loki. What was that, Yasan? 14 years ago, Loki murdered 113 members of the Castle Guard. He left Elder Ja Rule at the brink of death. Killed his own father in cold blood. He's the worst criminal our country's ever known. I know, but on that day... we kind of glossed over it, but I really feel like Loki was about to say something that, like, absolved him of these accusations. And I don't think we ever really let him finish. I'm curious what he has to say. Or if we'll find out soon. I know, but on that day, I felt a strange emanation of haki coming from OS Castle. Shanks and I went there to investigate. Looking back, it's possible we didn't have the whole story. You went to the castle? What the... Wait, did you just say Shanks? Stanson, I'm sorry. Go ahead without me. Zoro, Sanji, I'll catch up in a bit. This dumb Shanks thing again. Hey, don't call Shanks dumb. He means you're the dumb one. Gabon. Hajrun, who else can get him talking? You may have had different mothers, but you're still brothers. You have 3 minutes to explain, Loki. Tell me what happened in the castle 14 years ago. If you truly consider yourself a warrior of Elbaf, swear on our gods that what you say is the truth. That's cruel, brother. You really want me to relive that day? I don't want to remember. It was an awful day. Look, up in the sky. Oh boy, here we go. Big flashback time. I wonder how many chapters this is going to be. 14 years ago. Dogahaha. Wow, it's Loki. Prince Loki has returned. Elbaf, OS Castle. Elder Ja Rule just arrived too. He summoned you too, Loki? Something like that. This is my family's home, you know. You seem well, old man. You haven't grown sick of life yet? Quiet, you. The king is in the audience chamber. Wait, who are these? Oh, these guys are These guys are giants, aren't they? And these guys are just extra large giants. I wonder what he wants. It's hard to care about the whims of a government dog. He sold out to the people who killed rocks. Whoa, hold on a second. This is giving me a lot to chew on. He sold out to the people. If that's the direction Elbaf's heading, then I'll oppose it. Was Loki a member of Fox? Did I know that? I don't know why, but it feels like it's been forever since the last time I checked out One Piece. You're being loud. I'm too old for this stuff. Politics is a young man's game. I don't know about that. Feel like a lot of people would disagree. We're in this mess because you keep spouting that kind of nonsense. Now I've got a whole generation of peace-addled brats who can't even hold a weapon. That's just a sign of the times. It's nice to know that my great-great-grandchildren won't see combat. They want peace. Coward, it's your duty to whip them into shape. What's that sound? It's coming from the throne room. Thank you for coming, Elder Jalru. Loki, I mean young master. It's a pleasure to have you back, of course. But let me just consult with the king. He summoned me, and this is my home. Open up, idiot. Yeah. Young master, violence is... Old man, I'm... Ooh. Ooh, gosh and golly gee. Ooh, golly. What? Your Majesty. What is, Harold? What the hell are you doing? Yeah, what is going on exactly? The king's court turned against him? This is very bizarre. I expected like a lone culprit, but everybody is going in on this guy. Realm of the Sun at Gabon's house. What a staggering view. This is the best, right? Haha. It's been a while since we've shared a bath. How long's it been? 3, maybe 4 years? Get real. It's been 10 years since the captain died. That long, huh? That must feel like forever ago to you, huh? You know, I'm noticing that there's a tattoo on the arm that Shanks lost. So naturally, we would not have seen it before. You know, before Shanks had a sleeve over his arm and then he lost it. So this is our first time actually seeing what his bare naked left arm looked like uh, when he was an adult. I don't remember if we ever saw his bare arm when he was a child. But, interesting. So, I take that mark to mean that, as a child, before he was separated from God's Knights, they were kind of lining him up to be one of them. And so they gave him that mark. Makes me wonder, though, if he has any of this dark power to him. No, no, no. There's no way, right? Um, because, you know, once he became a pirate and went against the world government's wishes, they would just take that power away and strip him down until he's nothing but bones, right? The way that they did to Saturn. So, no, it can't be that. No, 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 no. Um, although, it kind of makes me, it kind of makes you think that would be a great way to ensure the compliance of God's Knights if they were given this power at a young age, so that no matter what happened in the future, they would not rebel. Just a thought. Yeah, life's completely changed. I honestly just wanted to be a carefree pirate with Buggy. Aw, that's sweet. Still, Elbaf, there are some things I'd like to know. Understandable. You are a child of destiny. Huh. So, I don't know. Are the Roger pirates privy to the like Shanks's background? But let's not dwell on tricky topics today, Shanks. Okay, that really makes it sound like they knew. Say, remember Little Garden? The islands where we met Dorian Broggie? Of course. Hot enough, Yasan? Shenkun? Whoa, you scared me. Shenkun. Bah, it's great. Thanks, Ripley. Oh man. Any chapter with Ripley is it easily goes up like 2 or 3 points in my book. This spot really is the best. So this is what a human giant household is like. Have some lingonberry tart and help yourselves to drinks. Shenkun, got any juicy old stories about Yasan? About Gaban-san? Oh, I've got one. Anytime we made it to a port, there were who knows how many. Ouch, you brat. If you want to make it out of this country alive, you'll zip it. You know Harold? He's the king of Elbaf. The people think of him like a god. Yeah, I met him at Marie Joisie. We got along all. I met him at Marie Joisie. What? Hold on a second. Let me. Because I'm not listening to anything right now. I don't need my headphones on. Um, you met him at Marie Joisie. Shanks? Was that Marie Joisie? When did he. Hold on. When did he part ways with God's Knights exactly? When did this happen? This is a little weird. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought he was adopted as like a baby. Not that he has memories of being at Marie Joisie. This is kind of weird. We couldn't speak freely in the Holy Land. Now that we're both in this country, I really want to talk to him before it's too late. Oh man, Scoper Gibbon. I don't know why, but that panel of him looks so freaking cool. He looks like he could be a character in Cowboy Bebop. That day, the massacre at the castle took place. Elbaf's most beloved king, Harold the Benevolent, lost his life. What's this? Let us out. Who closed the gate? Help. Eldred Ja Rule. This is the forbidden devil fruit passed down within Elbaf. But just how did this man come to be so highly regarded by his people? A long time ago, 109 years before the present day, if you asked anyone what the scariest thing on the sea is, the answer would always be the same: the giant warrior pirates. That was how things were in that era. In that age, even ships from the land of giants, it's a giant ship, evoked immense fear due to Elbaf's reputation. I heard there's a beautiful princess in your castle. Let's have a peek. Wah! He was one of the reasons for said reputation. Whoops, my foot slipped. Your Majesty, please stop this. King Harold of Warland Elbaf. Barahaha. Harold began his reign at 45 years of age, just 15 in human terms. Despite this, King Harold, remarkably enough, was pure scum. Man, that is a badass design. I really like the way this dude looks. And he's got crazy, like, facial markings, too. Kind of like Ripley. I wonder if there's meaning to that. The untold story of Elbaf's renowned ruler. Huh. So this is the flashback we're getting, huh? We're actually going, like, way, way back and learning more about Harold. Again, I wonder how many chapters this is going to be, where we're going to be, like, stuck in the past. It's hard to say, right? Because I'm always of two minds about flashbacks. One thing is, like, it's some of Oda's best writing. I don't think anyone will deny that. But at the same time, it's And it does hold the pacing up. It's like Jontron said, how can you go forward if you're always going back? And that's the way I feel whenever there's any kind of flashback. I feel like unless this has really pertinent information, I'd rather just move forward with the story. So it makes me nervous how long we're going to be stuck in this flashback now. Hopefully Oda's learned his lesson and we don't get another Oda piece where we're just stuck in it for like 3 or 4 months. So that has me worried, but I mean, other than that, it's an okay chapter. It definitely leaves me with a lot of questions, though. But hey, again, it's got Ripley in it. All right, well, that concludes One Piece, but we do have. Ooh, hold on a second. Mm. Oh, yeah. Does that pick up on the new mic? Actually, the mic seems to have this feature on it where it like automatically omits like certain sounds. Like if I snap my fingers, yeah, the mic doesn't pick up on that. It's got some sort of like anti-peaking technology, I guess, which is kind of cool. I haven't really played with the settings yet. Um, so I don't know how much I like that. I get the logic behind it, but I feel like maybe there could be some like friendly fire where it doesn't pick up on something I'm trying to pick up on. Now, the last thing I want to do with the stream is I want to touch up on or touch back on a little project that I've been working on. That for the past few streams, I've been cooking up my own little fan made Final Fantasy MtG sets, kind of as a response to the one that Wizards whipped up. And I've been working on this for a while, ever since rumors first started that there would be a Final Fantasy MTG crossover. Uh, and so that's what I would do whenever I had like free time. Whenever there was like when I would deliver pizzas and there was downtime and there wasn't a lot of time for there wasn't a lot for delivery drivers to do. I would just really quickly like pull up my memo app on my phone and like workshop fan made MTG sets. And one of them was the Final Fantasy set. Uh, Now, what I meant to do was try and preempt Wizards and kind of cook up this set before they came out with a set of their own. Like that was kind of the premise, was I was going to beat them to the punch with my superior Final Fantasy set. Unfortunately, I was not able to meet my self-imposed deadline. Circumstances were just such that I didn't have the time or the energy to really do it, but bit by bit I was able to put it together, and so now I have finally got the set all finished. So even though I did not finish it in time before the new set dropped on whatever day it was, I think it was the 13th. I still humbly submit it as an alternative to Wizards Final Fantasy set, especially given how in short supply that set is. Because here's the thing, right? Um, this past Monday, actually, you know what? The real story starts even before that. Last Sunday, I tried after the stream to real quick go ahead and plug in my new hard drive, my new operating system, and fire that all up and get my new rig going so that I could record a little video where I spring the new Final Fantasy set on my dad because it was Father's Day, right? And that was an idea that I had in the works for a very long time. I kept my dad in the dark on it. Um, and so it was supposed to be this neat little surprise because not only was he the person who introduced me to Final Fantasy, he was also the person who introduced me to Magic the Gathering. Um, I still remember him watching him play Final Fantasy VII back in 1997, back when the game was brand new, and then he taught me how to play Magic the Gathering back in 2000. You know, right around the time that we moved into the area that I'm living in right now. So, to me, like that was really this set was really important because it was two things that formed bonds between me and my dad that were kind of like crossed over in like this perfect peanut butter and jelly combination. But he'd been out of the Final Fantasy scene. Excuse me? Okay. So, thanks for interrupting me in the middle of my story. Apparently, my camera just decided to randomly automatically turn on AI tracking instead of just trusting me to frame the scene the way I want it framed. It just turned on AI tracking all by itself randomly. You know, that kind of goes back to what I was saying um, at the start of this stream. That, yeah, a lot of times it seems like my technology has a mind of its own, and it won't. Okay, there we go. Preview art. Yeah, turn off AI tracking. Never told you to turn it on. Never, ever, 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 ever told you to turn it on. I mean, it's a cute little gimmick, but really, I just want to frame the scene the way I want to frame it and not be nannied by technology. So, okay, there we go. Yeah, so that was annoying. Um, now I was just saying. Yeah, so my dad's been out of the scene for a while. He's kind of taken a break from Magic the Gathering, and so he was not in the loop about this new set. And so I decided that I would spring it on him. What I did was, or rather, what I tried to do was, I tried to go out to my local traditional game, like tabletop game store, just real quick and dirty, pick up a couple of the Final Fantasy Commander precons that they had for sale. And then I would meet up with my dad, and we would play a little game, like right here in front of the camera. But it didn't go that way. Why? Because they were sold out on release day. And they tried to make excuses, all right? They tried to be like, oh, well, like, it already sold out, you know? You really needed to pre order. He's just, whatever, just like we were already sold out a long time ago. And no, do not act pathetic, okay? This is the day of release. Like, stock up. Why are you not stocked up? You know, this is a hotly anticipated product in a town that isn't even all that big. Like, this is a pretty, like, tiny little rinky dink town that I'm living in. Why can't you be stocked up? That's ridiculous. So that was annoying. Like, none of the local game stores had Magic the Gathering for sale. You know who did, though? Walmart. That's that's really embarrassing when you say, like, you specialize in traditional tabletop gaming and you get outplayed by a freaking Walmart. That is really, really bad. And to be fair, Walmart's uh wasn't exactly fully stocked either. It was kind of slim pickings, but they had something. It was a lot more than nothing. So I just picked up an ass load of cards. Not all of them, because I didn't want to be that guy, right? I didn't want to be the person who made it so that someone else missed out on Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering. Uh, but I took a fair share of the cards, and using those, I managed to cobble together a couple mostly playable decks. I still have mine right here. Unfortunately, because I didn't get the Commander Precons, I was not able to, and because the odds just weren't in my favor, I was not able to get the cards that I really wanted. I wanted to at least get like Cloud and Sephiroth, because that's really like the root of our familiarity with Final Fantasy. Like way back in the day, my dad played the first Final Fantasy, but like the one that's freshest in his mind would probably be Final Fantasy VII, because that game was just all the rage back then, and so he decided to pick it up and had a grand old time with it. I figure at some point, we'll have like a father-son stream where we both play it to, like, well, I say play it together, like he would play it and I would kind of be his coach, really, and kind of relive that precious memory of like being a little boy who'd never played video games before, watching my dad experience this fast, interactive, fantastical world, and kind of being drawn into video games for the first time ever. Um, but you know what? I did my best to put these decks together. I did not get Cloud, but I got cards with Cloud on them, like Haste Magic or Eris Rescue Mission. And what I did was I just put together a couple 60 card decks, just regular old constructed decks. And I made sure to build his deck first, right? So he would get the lion's share of the best cards. And I tried to make it to where it was functional, but still kind of curated to his taste in the Final Fantasy series. And then I made my deck with the leftovers. And by sheer coincidence, the decks that we cooked up, or that I cooked up rather, wound up being diametrically opposed, which was what's kind of neat. His deck was a white and red equipment deck. I went with a blue, green, and black like graveyard deck, because I just happened to pull. If I could just find it somewhere in here. Da, 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 da. Where is it? Where's my main man? Ah, here he is. Sin Spira's Punishment. And so, at first I thought I was gonna cook up just a boilerplate like Demir graveyard deck. But the more I looked at it, the more I saw that I could go Sultai, that I could take a risk. And I mean, it's not like it was competitive anyway. My dad and I aren't competitive. We play Magic for fun. So I built it just for the heck of it, just to try and have some fun with it. And we played and we had a grand old time. And that's on my hard drive now. I've got to edit it and turn that into a video sometime this week. I mean, it would be a little silly coming out with a Father's Day video in like November. And because it was Father's Day, I went ahead and let him keep the deck that I had made for him. Well, I say Father's Day. It was the day after Father's Day because, as previously described, my installation of Windows 11 just wasn't working, and so I had to take the new hard drive out, put the old one in. By the time I got everything put together, it was the day after. But we just celebrated Father's Day late. No big deal. And I've got more uh, Final Fantasy MTG content in the works. I'm cooking up here, and I've got my notes here about some more projects in the future. But now I just wanted to showcase. Now that it's finally over, I can finally showcase my complete fan-made Final Fantasy MtG set, and you can look at it and tell me what you think. If you think that if it's good, if it's bad, if it's balanced, unbalanced, you can recommend changes of any kind, and I'll make sure to field your comments. But hey, at any rate, at least you can play it, right? At least you can actually like. At least you're gonna be able to get it, because I'm gonna try and figure out how to like link these cards so that you can print up these proxies at home and play with them if you want. That was really the basic idea, and that was the thing that that was the number one reason why I was late starting this stream. Was the set was already finished for the most part. I just had to do a little bit of proofreading. There was some strange language on some cards, and some of them were not formatted properly. Like ability words were not in italics the way they were supposed to be, and some slight like last second balance changes as well. When I took a second look at cards and saw that they were just way too high functioning. But more than that, just putting together the presentation for the stream took me a minute. And so I realized that I had to give myself more time before starting the stream to put the finishing touches on, because it was so close to finally being finished, and I could put this behind me. So, yeah, here it is. Let's do this one more time. This is my finished fan-made Final Fantasy MtG complete trading card game set. Nope, that's not right. There we go. So yeah, looking at the offerings from Wizards, and even before the set release, I caught myself worrying. This is Wizards isn't going to treat this the way I would want it to be treated. Instead of like designing the set to where each game has its own identity within the mechanics of Magic the Gathering, they're probably just going to like just lump it all together in like a big pop culture like tossed salad, where they're going to go, all these creatures are like knights, so we'll just ball them up into like a knight tribal archetype, or let's take all the wizards and ball them up into a big wizard tribal archetype, and that kind of thing. And to be fair, the set that we got, it's not, well, now that the camera's changed, I need to like tweak this because it's not framed the way I want. Definitely not the way I want. Hold on a sec. The set that we got, it's not as bad as I expected, but it's still worse than I'd hoped. Where just as I had feared, like the individual games don't have a lot of identity in terms of mechanics. It's a little bit more. Ooh. Hey, Zane the Gamer Fan, thanks for joining, man. We just wrapped up the new One Piece chapter, and so now I'm showcasing my own little fan-made Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering set as kind of like a counterpoint to the one that Wizards came out, because I wasn't really 100% happy with it, and also it's just in such short supply. I went to my local traditional tabletop gaming store, and it said, "Oh, we're already sold out," like on the day of release. And then they were like, then we might not get more until like Q4. I'm like, but I had already been cooking this up for years, ever since the rumor first dropped that there was going to be a Final Fantasy MTG set, and so that kind of got the gears cranking in my mind. Amazing Digital Circus episode 5 is out. Did you watch it? Yes, we actually watched it earlier on this stream, and it was a blast. I can definitely see why it took so long to come out, because I was saying earlier, it goes through a lot of assets and a lot of different like little venues and vignettes, and uh, there's lots of really interesting dialogue, art style changes. Really robust episode with good music too. I mean, it always has good music, but it was awesome. I really liked it. I'm looking forward to more. It seems like they're getting a little deeper into these characters. Episode 4 was mostly about Gangle, and then the one before that, I think the one before that was more about Kinger. But this one was more about like Jax and Ragatha, and I'm interested to learn more about uh, why they have such intense enmity. It's weird to see the tables turn, because Jax seemed so remorseless in the beginning. He just seemed like a straight up villain. And Ragatha just seemed super sweet. But now things are kind of turning the other way, where Jax is starting to open up more, and Ragatha, it's almost like she doesn't like that. She likes Jax just being a counterpoint to her. It's strange. And I'd like to learn more about that. Amazing Digital Circus episode 6 is coming, and it will be a Ragatha episode. Oh, you know that. That's good. And have you seen the Elio trailers before? No, I would even wager to say that I have never even heard what Elio is. Um, that's interesting. Hold on a second. Well, first I'm gonna switch. Scenes. Elio, huh? Oh yeah, there's actually one other thing over here that I also meant to check out during the stream, but I'll check it out later. First, I want to see what this Elio, huh? Elio. Oh, the new Pixar movie. What was this about? Hold on a sec. I'll go ahead and watch this real quick. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. A Disney and Pixar movie. See, it's already out, huh? And they have the bloopers and movie clips as well. Well, let's go ahead and check out this trailer then. It reminds me of, well, the art style reminds me of, what was it, Luca? It was like this fish boy creature. Oh, that looks cool. I like that location. Well, that's cute. Okay. I'm liking the alien creature design so far. Reminds me of Lilo and Stitch. See, I never watched Lilo and Stitch. I don't know, it just didn't grip me. And I mean the original. So I wouldn't be in any place to like critique the recent remake. I've heard people like really lay into it, but even if I did see it, I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have the connection to really fully grasp what it is about the remake that makes it such a violation. It's PG. It seems like it. Oh, the slug is actually gigantic. I did not pick up on that before. I thought it was going to be super, super teeny tiny. Ooh, that's rough. Oh man, they're playing Queen. They're playing Queen over this trailer now. It's a good thing I don't have the audio up. This would get so copyrighted. The Alien movie came out June 20th. Oh wow, so this just came out. Uh, which is what the Amazing Digital Circus episode 5 was in. Wait, you're saying that Amazing Digital Circus features in this movie in some way? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Well, that seems cute. But probably you and your husband, and if you have any kids, they can go to the Elliot movie. Okay. Yeah, it seems cute. I'm actually trying to think. When was the last time that I saw a Disney or Pixar movie in theaters? Uh, Probably Incredibles 2, which I wasn't really too hot on, honestly. Like the parts of the movie that didn't seem aimless, they seemed obvious. Like it was too easy to tell who the twist villain was going to be and what their plot was going to be. I always felt like I was like a half hour ahead of what the movie was trying to do, and I don't know, it just did not grip me. It's been too long since I've seen a Disney or Pixar movie that I could really really get into. Lately, I've been getting the itch to kind of watch Ratatouille again because I watched it once and I liked it fine, and then more and more I've seen people online just absolutely like rave about how excellent that movie is, and I'd be interested to see if I would appreciate it more if I watched it again. Yeah, thanks for sharing that with me, though. That was cool. Seems like an okay movie. Uh oh. YouTube's doing the thing again, not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As I said, yeah. That'll probably go away in like, I don't know, a few seconds. Because I can see now the bitrate is like good again. Yeah, I don't know. Happy you can see it. I'll consider it. I consider it. Is that normally what you're into? You're into like big into Pixar and Disney stuff. You know what your favorite is? Either Disney or Pixar. I'm trying to think. What actually? I ask you that question. I wonder what my favorites are. If I had to pick one for each, you know, this is going to be an odd pick probably, but I think my favorite Disney movie, like non-Pixar Disney movie, would probably be. Oh, now I'm second guessing myself because I'm inclined to say Fantasia. Uh, I remember being addicted to that movie back in back when I was like 5 years old. I would watch it over and over again. I was just so absolutely enchanted by the animation and the beautiful classical music and all that. It's the anniversary of Brave. I never did watch Brave. I actually didn't hear good things about it. I heard people were disappointed in it. Or they said that it had like misleading advertising, which I guess those two things kind of go hand in hand. Another like non-Pixar Disney movie that I really love would be be Aladdin. Uh, Aladdin. My parents tell me that was the first movie that I went to go see in theaters. When I was only like two. Like they tell me because obviously I was too little to actually remember that. And Hercules. Big fan of Hercules. I remember watching that movie a lot too. And then on the Pixar side of things, I think Toy Story 1 and 2 are like they're like the perfect duology to me. Okay, and also I didn't know what you said. If you will take your husband and your kids to go to the Elia movie, it's PG. Did I say that? I don't have a husband or kids. I'm just a single guy. Um, but what was I saying? Uh, yeah, Toy Story 1 and 2, like perfect duology. I've been getting like the big itch to watch those two, especially. It almost makes me wish that they hadn't come out with more Toy Story movies. Three, three felt too much like a retread of two. It hit a lot of the same beats, and it felt like it didn't really need to actually get the story of what happens when Andy grows up. Like that felt unnecessary, and also the whole ending where like the the toys are basically staring down the gates to hell, and they're all like they all kind of accept their fate and hold their hands and just brace themselves for death. That felt like really cheap emotional manipulation. And then Toy Story 4 was a way too, for one thing, it was way too all over the place in terms of its messaging, where the villain just seems like a straight up villain in the first half, and then in the second half they're suddenly super sympathetic. And then the other problem was that the the classic characters did not feel like the characters that I knew and loved in the past anymore. Uh, like Andy, not Andy, Woody. After all the stuff that he talked about being faithful to your child and sticking with them to the end, he was that way with Andy, and then when he switched to his new owner, whose name I don't even remember, suddenly his attitude switched up in a big way, and um, uh, Buzz, he was suddenly like really dumb, like Patrick Star dumb, and all the other characters, not named Woody or Buzz or like if you weren't one of the main characters or the villains, if you were like Mr. Potato Head or Slinky or whatever, they just kind of got lumped into this one like giant hive mind. Like they behave more like a single character. Wherever one goes, the other follows. They all do the same thing. They all think the same things, say the same things. And it just wasn't for me. And yes, I have heard that there was going to be a Toy Story 5, which there aren't any details on that, are there? Because I was just thinking, there's really only one thing that would get me to sit down and actually watch Toy Story 5 in theaters. And here's the big thing. Are you ready? I want them to actually go back to the old vision for Toy Story where Woody is a straight up villain. Like he is like pure evil. I think that would be super cool. And then here's the other thing. You have a plot twist where it turns out that it's not the Woody that we know. It's actually another Woody. It would be kind of like, okay, I'll admit, it would be kind of like a do-over of when there were two Buzzes in Toy Story 2. But instead of that just being like a little like sideshow to what's going on, this would be like the whole movie. It would be about like a straight up evil Woody. Uh, have you watched the bloopers of Elio? Because the Disney. Oh yeah, I remember Disney used to do that. They did that for. Well, they did it for Toy Story 2, and then they, as I understand it, they took one of the jokes out of the credits because it was like a weird like it. They were afraid it would rub people the wrong way in the face of like the whole Me Too thing because it was a scene of Stinky Pete being like super creepy with two Barbie dolls. And then I vaguely remember them doing it for uh, Bug Story. Is it Bug Story or a Bug Story? I don't remember. I think it might have been a Bug Story, but I think they did. I think they did bloopers for that too. I don't remember all the movies where they did it. It was on D23 Expo, and yes, it was D2. And when I think of D23, I fondly remember the time uh, when I was like out on the road, and then it was time for the thing where like they were gonna show off the first Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer in freaking forever. And so I just real quick, just in time for the trailer, I pulled over on the side of the road and whipped out my phone and watched that. Because I just had to see it, right? First villain is Sid, second villain is Stinky Pete, third villain also, fourth villain Gabby. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Gabby was. It's almost like there was no real villain in Toy Story 4. And you're gonna go. Well, hey, thanks for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Gabby. I don't even actually remember enough about it. It was like she had like self worth issues because her little voice box thing was busted, and she blamed that on like why people didn't like her. Well, I'll definitely consider it. Oh well, thankfully there's a theater still in town. It actually closed down for a while and then opened back up. So I think I'll see if they're playing Elio. And thanks for the recommendation. Yeah, trying to think. See, now I'm thinking about what my favorite. I'm trying to think. I remember um, I used to really want love like Finding Nemo back when it was Neo. Man, man, that movie blew up to an insane degree. That was like the Frozen of my time when the Finding Nemo fever just took over America. And it is a good movie, but as an adult looking back, I think I can see that Toy Story 1 and 2 are the real shining stars. It really comes down to, the Tim Tom connection. Uh, those two. It was amazing how, like, these traditional actors just immediately fell into their role as voice actors and absolutely knocked it out of the park. Because those performances are so iconic. It's honestly some of the best, like, voice acting ever. It really pulls you in. The characters just come to life through the sheer acting power of Tom Hanks and Tim Allen. So of course, obviously, I thought it was a majorly boneheaded decision to like split those characters up at the end of Toy Story 4. Spoilers, by the way, if you haven't seen that, but they actually part ways. Uh, and now there's a Toy Story 5, so it seems like even they have realized how just absolutely poorly handled that was, and so they want to renege on that. But like I said, maybe they could do a thing where there's a Woody that's evil, and so it's kind of like a false reunion. Uh, and then maybe once that happens, maybe the real Woody will come to the rescue. Uh, but the thing I want to touch on before wrapping the stream up, well, two, three things really. Um, my fan made MTG set, and then checking out one other trailer, which thank goodness we did not get copyright for checking out the Elio trailer because I was getting a little nervous about that. Just because Disney and Pixar are so vicious in that regard. But yeah. So what was I saying? Now I gotta like get back into the headspace of talking about this. Hold on a sec. Let's see what YouTube has to say. That's just the current, and I'm just worried that it's gonna come up and be like, oh, by the way, uh, copyright strike. Even though you played the Elio trailer at like 33% opacity, and then you put a filter over it, and then you didn't play any like audio, copyright strike. Blech. So even though Wizards, they did not go with like the most brain dead, like gaggle of typical tribal decks, knights and wizards and all that. I still wasn't too excited about the offerings in terms of archetypes. Uh, so what I did for this one, for my own fan made MTG Final Fantasy set was I based the the 10 like two color archetypes around the first 10 classic Final Fantasy games. And that's another big difference between Wizards offerings and my own fan made set is that we have very different biases. Wizards very clearly designed the set just around, Final Fantasy's best sellers. So there's a clear bias towards promoting Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 7 and 10 and 14. Those kind of get the lion's share of cards. And then all the other ones kind of fall to the wayside. Whereas I am more of a Final Fantasy boomer and I'm more familiar with the first 10 classic Final Fantasy games. I say classic, Final Fantasy 8 notwithstanding, I really didn't care for that game. And then I also played 12 and 15. I have not played 11 or 13 or 14 or 16. So you'll see more of a bias towards the games that I've actually played. And really not that many Final Fantasy 14 cards at all, even though I know Final Fantasy 14 is super popular. Like, there's actually only one Final Fantasy 14 card in the whole set. Because there's only so much I can work with, right? When it comes to a game that I haven't played. And how many people realistically can claim to have played every Final Fantasy game, even if you only count the mainline Final Fantasy games, right? So I feel like I still did a pretty good job. It was just tough because I had to figure out, how do I connect the dots? Like, which games are the best fit for which color combinations, and how are they going to work mechanically, and how am I going to, like, tie them all together in a way that works thematically? And so, the way I went about it basically was, uh, because each color pair has, obviously two colors, I tried to key in on what was the central conflict of each Final Fantasy game and then, like, spin that into a color pair. Right. And then for the mechanics, I wound up going for like a number theme. So each of these Final Fantasy archetypes, they're based on the central conflict and which colors are on the side of each of those conflicts, and they're also based on the number. So what you see here, um, just to give you a quick overview, this is my Final Fantasy One archetype, and I wasn't really sure what color combination to make them at first, because even though each Final Fantasy game has its own original story with its own characters and setting and rules and all that, there's still a lot of thematic overlap. There is a major, like, a lot of Final Fantasy games have some degree of an environmental theme to it. Like, 1 has it, 5 has it, 7 has it. And there's a lot of that going on. And so with that overlap, it was tough to ask myself, okay, which color pair best represents which Final Fantasy game? What are the best matches? And so for Final Fantasy 1, I settled on red and green. Because while a lot of the games are about environmentalism, and Final Fantasy 1 specifically was about, like, harmony in nature versus discord and chaos, and that is really more of a red thing. Whereas, nature and harmony, that's a green thing. So this is what I cooked up. And then for the, like, defining mechanic, I came up with something called singularity, which is kind of a callback to the idea that, like, in Final Fantasy 1, time is cyclical. And it's also supposed to kind of evoke the idea of uh, characters taking turns in battle as a turn-based RPG. So these are effects that come on. They come online whenever a creature attacks alone. And I know that's been done before, and it's not a big fan. So I tried to really push it and make it feel super powerful. So you've got a lot of cards like that. Oh, and I see that I actually need to go over Red Wizard of Fury again because that's supposed to be in italics. Yeah, lots and lots of cheap creatures, lots of non-legendary creatures, because, in Final Fantasy, there are no, like, distinct player characters. You name them, you pick their jobs and everything. And they all have these effects that they'd stack up on your sole attacker. But then they also have, they're each pretty capable fighters, uh, in and of themselves. So if you're ready to go wide, you have that option. But mostly it's about attacking one at a time and trying to stack on as many buffs and as much evasion as you can. Examples of, like, capitalizing on buffs through evasion would be the folding canoe, where it has island walk, which seemed appropriate. Like, the opposite of green and red is blue. We've got Cactar, which has, like, a weird ginger brute effect where it can only be blocked by creatures with haste. I thought that was very fitting for Cactar. And that's something that you got to consider or something that I want to consider is the ways that I want to compare All right, let me pull up real quick what they cooked up for Cactar. See, they've got two of them here, right? We've got this one where it's just green. It is a plant, but it's got trample for some reason. And at the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hands. I get that. That's kind of referencing how Cactars have a tendency to run away. I want to base mine on the fact that Cactars are extremely evasive. And then obviously the card that it made a big splash when spoilers were first dropping, the Jumbo Cactar, which is like a really weird gimmick. Was not able to come up with my own Jumbo Cactar. Just keep in mind, again, these are all cards that I cooked up on my own a long time ago before spoilers dropped. So my set is not in any way informed by the Wizards MTG set. Let's see. And not necessarily all of them fit the theme, like this card based on chaos. It's more based on just the idea of like chaos brought ruin to the land and pollution and disrupted nature. So he's into sacrificing land, and then he gets a buff based on how many lands are in your graveyard. But mostly it's about the singularity. You see that ability word all over the place, and that's really the order of the day with my Family and MTG set. There's a lot of ability words. Like landfall, they don't represent a specific thing, more of a general idea. So, like, let's just say by some miracle you have all of these cards in play. Like, you attack with your one guy, like, say, the Ancient Airship, which only has a crew of one and it flies. All of a sudden, all these crazy effects are stacked up. You get to destroy a target artifact you don't control. It gets first strike. You get to draw a card. It gets menace. You gain 2 life. It gets trample and death touch, just in case flying wasn't enough. And then again, if at any point, going in one at a time doesn't suit you, you can go wide. But there are also effects that help you kind of rig fights. Like Fokara, it says the creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Or Lamia Queen says each player must attack with one or more creatures each combat if able. So you're already doing that because you're in the Final Fantasy 1 archetype. Now you're forcing your opponent to do it as well as a weird sort of control him, because you're only attacking with one creature at a time. You've got all these blockers open, and whichever enemy creatures are being forced to attack, they're going to be hosed. We've also got Aaron from Astos, which has like it has a lure effect. It says whenever this creature attacks alone, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap that creature. So it's a betrayal effect as well, like an act of treason. But it also says until end of turn it gains haste, and whenever this creature attacks alone, all creatures able to block it do so. So you get to stack up all these buffs on an enemy creature and then kind of force your enemy to destroy it. Let's see. I was pretty sure I had something in here. I mean, flares up. That's a great combat trick. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. If that creature attacked alone this turn, it gains an additional +3/+3 until end of turn. I'm trying to see. Because somewhere in the set I put it to where like opponents can only block with like one creature. And I'm trying to find that again. Might be, oh, I need to proofread Crescent Lake Sages because that's also not in italics. So before I post a link to this in like the description on YouTube, I'll have to do a little more proofreading. Oh, and just to buff your blockers, I also put in this effect too. Protega is an enchantment that says whenever a creature you control attacks alone, each other creature you control gains reach until your next turn. So you're going to have really good blocking on your next turn. Man, I'm not finding the card that I made. I must have filed it under a different archetype. There's also guys like Black Wizard of Destruction that capitalize on the buffs in other ways. Where it says it whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Man, it's too bad I couldn't find the card that I'm looking for. But then you have the Final Fantasy II archetype, and this one was really a no-brainer because, it is about Imperial forces versus rebellion. And, white tends to have a lot of like imperialism to it, and red is a very rebellious color. Final Fantasy II, in a big way, it's about equipment. There's a whole like quest you go on to get mithril equipment for the rebel forces. White and red loves equipment, so I mean, this is pretty obvious. And then I really saw the synergy between the different ideas between these different intellectual properties synergize in the form of dual wield. So because it's Final Fantasy II, right? So what you have is effects that come online when a creature has two or more equipment attached to it. Like Layla, normally when she attacks, you create a treasure, but if she's got two equipment on her, she makes two treasures instead. And this was the first game that let you dual wield. I used to do it all the time as a way to like quickly rack up proficiency with weapons. I would like dual wield swords and then get proficiency twice as fast. Looking back, that was a dumb way to do it because there are persistent soft caps on all of your proficiencies, especially weapon proficiency. So leveling up super fast in one thing and trying to specialize in it, completely pointless because you'll reach the soft cap in no time. You got to wait until the soft cap increases when you reach the next like threshold in the story. So yeah, big equipment theme to this. Although you'll notice there isn't a whole lot of equipment here in this showcase. It's just the blood sword, but just keep in mind going forward, looking at this set, anytime you see an equipment, think about how it would work for the Final Fantasy II archetype, because there is bleed between the different archetypes where some cards can pull double duty. They can work in more than one archetype. Like Blood Sword gives you lifelink, and then based on different conditions, it gives you different buffs. Like when it blocks, you get more of like a defensive buff, and then when the creature becomes blocked, they get more of an offensive buff. And that's going to play into another archetype that you're going to see real soon. There's also just a tad of a vehicle sub theme because that's really what the Empire is into. Red is into equipment, is slightly more into equipment. White is slightly more into vehicles because, in the game, the Emperor has the Cyclone, like this floating castle inside of a tornado. Just very strange. Or they have the big giant dreadnought right here. quite a few vehicles because there are a lot of iconic vehicles, especially airships in Final Fantasy. Look forward to that. And I'm sorry if the art is kind of thrown together. A lot of it is just what like the first result I could find for any given like Final Fantasy reference on Final Fantasy Wiki. I was really just trying to meet my deadline and not too worried about the details. I just wanted to make the cards work. So this is Final Fantasy 3, and coming up with a color pair for this was really, really tough. Uh, this was at the stage when I had already figured out color pairs for most of uh, the games and their associated archetypes, and I was just kind of like picking from the leftovers. But I think I was able to spin it because Final Fantasy 3, the central conflict seems to be between like change and permanence because uh the main villain, Zan, he lost his immortality and is desperate to gain it back and will pretty much do anything to that end, even if it harms the rest of the world. And then our heroes, by opposing him, they basically like inadvertently stand up for the virtue that, that things change and that life isn't meant to go on forever and that can be a good thing, that things don't have to last forever to be meaningful. So there's a lot of that here. Blue representing change and black representing perpetuity because, black's all about, they're all about doing dirty deeds to like gain an unfair advantage. And then blue probably has like the lowest density in terms of permanent cards. So it is in a very literal sense about non-permanence. So what's at the center of this archetype? Well, it's the thing that's at the center of a great many Dimir archetypes. It's about milling. Because as you'll see, a lot of these cards have something called adjust, which in Final Fantasy 3, or at least the DS version I played, there's a thing called an adjustment period, where when you switch jobs, you gotta wait for a while before your stats are good again. Kind of a weird mechanic, wasn't a big fan of it. But then the fact that it kind of holds you back, I kind of spun that into an effect that's harmful to your opponents. So the way adjust works is these are effects that come online as long as an opponent has milled 3 or more cards this turn. Because as fun as it is to play with self-mill, I was always more of a fan of like the more direct way of milling your opponents. I have a lot of fun playing those kinds of decks. Unfortunately, they haven't always been competitive, so this is my attempt to take milling your opponent and making it more viable by giving you payoffs for doing so. So you're not necessarily trying to mill your opponent out completely, just trying to mill them enough each turn and kind of chip away at their deck to get other more aggressive strategies going. Whether it's taking a creature with Death Touch and then giving it Menace because you've got Adjust online so that you can get a nice little 2-for-1. Or it's something like the Poseidon, where you can. This is like a big game changer, right? It costs 6 mana. When you drop it, an opponent loses X life equal to the number of cards they milled this turn. That could be brutal. And then a lot of typical uh, blue and black effects, but with a bit of mill tacked onto them, like a counter spell that mills 3 cards. You mill 3 cards, but you also scry 1. A life drain effect, but there's also some milling on the side and some scrying as well for good measure, that kind of thing. Lots and lots of that going on in this archetype. I'm a big fan of Mill. I'm a big fan of Dimir. once I get this printed up, I'll probably be playing this a lot. There's also, you may have noticed, a bit of an eye sub theme. And that was not intentional at all, but you see we've got the evil eye over here. We've got the Airman, that's an eye demon. And then over here, Hectize, which is actually an eye lord. Other eyes you control get +1/+1. So there's a little bit of that. And also, even though I really wanted to stick to each color pair being a specific Final Fantasy game, there is a little bit of overlap. I did have to borrow sometimes from other Final Fantasy games just to round out some archetypes that were feeling kind of underfed. But you can still clearly tell that this is a Final Fantasy 3 set. It's got Doga, Rune, and Onion Knight. It's got all the iconic dudes in it. Although, I don't see Zan here. I feel like I forgot to add him to the lineup. Or I didn't find him or something. That's weird. I don't know why Zan isn't here. Didn't I make him? Hold on a sec. Let me look that up. Because I'm pretty sure he was part of the set. No, I did not actually make a Zan card. Instead, I made a Cloud of Darkness card. Which I should consider. You'll notice some iconic characters and scenes and creatures and stuff are missing. And usually it's because I just couldn't find a way to, make a creative card spun around them. I would rather not give them a card at all rather than give them some sort of half-baked, really generic card that doesn't do anything special. Here's the Final Fantasy IV archetype. Now, this is what I was really talking about. You want your life link. You want to see what the Blood Sword can do. Try it in the Final Fantasy IV archetype. This one is white-black. Because even though a lot of Final Fantasy games are, to some extent, about a simple good versus evil plot, I could not think of any game that embodied that more completely than Final Fantasy IV. Because it is in a big way about, corruption and betrayal and redemption, which is the name of the ability word that we've got going on here. So you'll see these are effects that come online as long as you have 4 more life than an opponent. All these different effects pop off. Creatures get buffed. Some cards will have abilities that you can only activate if redemption is online. You'll get discounts, and you'll get lands that before they could only tap for colorless, but then you can tap them for any color. You get special ETB triggers. And then, of course, to enable that, you have lots of life drain effects, because obviously white and black, they love that. So you've got things like Drainzo, which is very straightforward about what it does. Or you've got a variety of creatures with lifelink. There's an equipment here. Hey, white robe gives lifelink. So that's an equipment that it's white. So it fits into the FF2 archetype as well. Lots of that good stuff. The only cards in this set that I would be worried about being unbalanced would be Palom and Porum. Because obviously they're twins. One's a white mage, one's a black mage, so I wanted there to be parallelism between them. They've got the same stat lines and the same mana value. But there's been problems in the past in trying to do something that changes who has more life than whom, and then just doing the flip side of that. I believe it was Darksteel that had that problem. So Torm gives you life whenever any creature enters, but Palom only does it whenever a non-token creature enters. And hopefully that's fair. Hopefully that doesn't wind up being completely overpowered. Especially since he's legendary, you can't just stack these guys up on the board and go crazy. And then one other thing, because these guys are a pair, their redemption effect is once you have redemption going, you're allowed to just tap them and then tutor the other legendary creature. And then pop it into your hand. And assumedly they'll come onto the battlefield real soon because they are extremely cheap. And I'm sorry if there's like an absurd critical mass of legendary creatures in this set, by the way. I know people complain about commander fatigue, but like this, it's really just how this came down, you know? It was not intentional. I tried to make creatures non-legendary when I could because I also feel commander fatigue. I feel like there's too many legendary creatures, but sometimes you just couldn't help it. Like with the Mist Dragon. You see that? It's a legendary enchantment creature, Illusion. I wonder if that's going to come into play in another archetype that we'll see soon. Now let's see what else we got. We got Final Fantasy V. I made this one black and green because out of all of the games that have an environmentalist message, I feel like Final Fantasy V is the game where it's the strongest. Where in the case of X-Death, which I'm very proud of that type line, I made him a Tree Folk Warlock because the idea is that in the world of Final Fantasy V, one of them anyway, because this is a very cosmic game with more than one world in it, evil spirits would just be deposited and sealed away in a tree until eventually they all kind of like amalgamated together and polluted and corrupted the tree into like this evil creature called X-Death. And after they themselves were sealed away by the power of the crystals, their big plot is to like move through other beings in subtle ways to try and get the crystals destroyed. And that winds up having like, again, huge ramifications for the environment. Where people have learned how to tap into the power of the crystals with machines, but exploiting the environment in artificial ways winds up destroying the crystals and making things way worse. So in this set, black really represents the powers of pollution, and green represents the powers of nature and purity. Wasn't really sure how to approach this mechanically. I knew I wanted to be about jobs. Because that's the big thing about Final Fantasy V is, while there have been previous Final Fantasy games that had job systems, they did not do it as thoroughly or as flawlessly as this game. Like, I absolutely love the job system in this. Wizards, if we can just take a peek over there again, Wizards had their own idea of how jobs should be done, which was the job select system. So if I just look up job select on Scryfall, you'll see a lot of those types of effects. Bam. So these are like a weird version of living weapon where they're equipment that come in already attached to a creature that they themselves create. And the way they did that is just like, it works mechanically, but in terms of theme, very bizarre. Like, they create these colorless hero creature tokens. Really, they're heroes, but they're colorless. You wouldn't make them white. Uh, I thought that was strange. And then also just basing them around equipment. That's not the way I see that. Like all Final Fantasy games feature equipment to some extent, but I don't know. Jobs like there are differences in the degree to which jobs are equipment intensive. Like you don't really care too much about what a white mage is wearing, but a warrior or a knight or a samurai, they need to have really good equipment. And you definitely see the limitation in this design when you go over to the Monk's Fist, which is far and away the dumbest card in the entire set. It's an equipment that's just a monk's like hand with like a wrap on it. That's not equipment. Monk's Fist? How do you justify this? That is so stupid. It's also a terrible card. So I didn't buy into that. I came up with my own version where the jobs are represented by auras. You'll see here the Ranger job, Geomancer job. They're all auras. And that feeds into the ability word for Final Fantasy V, which is Mastery, where you have effects that come online. As long as you control 5 or more auras, then you get something good. And I know that auras, as a subtype, they have a lot of inherent weaknesses. It's easy to 2-for-1 yourself there, which is why I tried to design these auras to have some sort of payoff on cast. So even if an opponent tries to respond to these spells, you'll still get some sort of value out of them, like the ninja job, for example. You know, just by casting it, you're already guaranteed to destroy a creature. Or let's take the Geomancer job. You get to scry 2. Just by casting the spell, it doesn't even need to resolve. The activated ability will already go on the stack. So these are good ways to, I think, to get around the inherent problems with auras. And so there's a lot of synergy with that. In addition to the jobs, you also have harmful auras. Like Doomza is an aura says at the beginning of your next upkeep, enchanted creature's controller sacrifices it. You know, that doesn't stick around, but it can get you mastery for like your turn and your enemy's turn. Or I think I had another one somewhere. Old Gut. Eventually, again, this is designed to eventually take down the creature it's attached to, but it could give you mastery for a little bit. Another one would be the Chemist job. I decided to make this one Abzan colors so that you could also possibly play this in the FF4 archetype. Because it's got a thing where it's got some more life drain going on. And I've got some more awesome equipment. Got the Brave Blade. I've got Bartz and Boko. I want to showcase this specifically. Because remember what I said before. I designed these cards before there were any spoilers, right? And I mean, I know I can't prove that, but you know, just take my word on it that I made these cards well before any spoiler dropped, like years before. And as you'll see, I called it. I called that Bartz and Boko would be a single card. In fact, my original card was just called Bartz and Boko. But I decided to tweak it so that it's more distinct. And that's the way I envisioned like all of the player characters. You'll see Galoof and Krieg are lumped into a single card. And Lena and Ferris, they get to share a card as well. Stuff like that. And you notice that? Crystal Shard? You like that art? You like that little, like, Legend of the Crystals reference I snuck in there? I remember watching that anime as a kid, and that was a freaking weird experience. What a bizarre like little spin-off. And I've got FF6. I'm sorry, I try to be humble, but I honestly think I just did this way, way, way better than Wizards did. Because Wizards, when you look at the Commander Precon, for some reason they decided to make FF6 Mardu coded. And mechanically, I get it. Because FF6 is a bit of a redemption story. It's about losing everything and then pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. So it's got a lot of like creatures coming back from the graveyard and then paying that off. But me personally, I could not envision FF6 as anything but your typical Izzet spellcaster fare, because in FF6, the ability to cast spells is just seen as the ultimate military asset. So there's a lot of that going on, but there's a very specific spin on it, which I call Magicite, where as long as there are 6 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, you get all these different effects that come online. So, Lock, on Sabotage, he draws a card, and then once you've got Magicite going, he can't be blocked, so that's juicy. The timing on this card changes. You can cast it as though it had Flash, as long as you've got Magicite going. You've got very basic enemies that get a nice little bonus once you've got Magicite on. And there's also just a little bit of a coin flip sub-theme. Which, I mean, that's true in Final Fantasy VI, too. So, Setzer's got coin flips. Let's see. Edgar's got coin flips. Where's Sabine? Sabine has like a little coin flip thing to him. Lots of that. And then I tried to squeeze in some nice spicy little instants and sorceries. I've tried running spellcaster, like Izzet spellcaster decks before, and it's never worked for me. Every time it's just a massive failure. So I tried to do my best with this. I can't promise that it'll be super successful. And again, just keep in mind there is like bleed between these archetypes. So even if you don't see a whole lot of instants and sorceries here, just keep in mind going forward, anytime you see a red or blue instant or sorcery, it'll work in this archetype too. And even though snow's not a big thing, I couldn't help but squeeze in a couple snow permanents in the form of Narsh and Umaru. I thought that was appropriate. And then Mog. You like that type line? Bat Hamster Knight. I couldn't see Moogles any other way. Like, they tried to give them their own creature type in MTG, but I thought it was funnier to call them bat hamsters, because that's basically what they are. They're little hamsters with bat wings. And weird little dongly things on their heads. FF7, you'll notice right away that this is the largest archetype by a small margin, but it is the largest nonetheless. Unfortunately, my bias is showing there a bit because, we're huge fans of FF7 around here, as previously intimated. But this seems like a no-brainer. I knew almost right away that this was going to be blue-green. Because, okay, a couple things. One thing is that turquoise. You can already see just from like all the little screenshots that I use for art. Turquoise is a color that is pretty key to the aesthetic of FF7. And turquoise is blue and green put together. Also, you'll notice in this set that there are 2 themes. One is Limit Break, where there are effects that come online when you control 7 or more lands, which, you know what? Um, Wizards, they actually did that too. I called this one again. I'm impressed by how I was able to call some of these. If you look at the Scorpion Sentinel, if it'll overload, see, as long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets this buff. So they were doing it too. I called that one. So yeah, this is another game that has a pro-environmentalist message to it. And so that's really reflected in this color pair where green represents sort of the pro-environmentalist side with Avalanche in them. And then blue represents more of the General Electric Company side where they're just like cold and calculating and corporate. Uh, and I think when a lot of people think of FF7, it's the environmentalist message that really jumps out at them. But when you look at it deeper, it's also in a big way about uh, really a cautionary tale about the ways that society tries to warp your sense of self-worth. And I feel like that theme is executed masterfully in the plot element where Shinra is all about eugenics. They try to like tamper with people at the most fundamental level and warp them into whatever they need them to be. And more so than that, they try to just turn them into copies of their number one corporate asset, which is Sephiroth, this invincible, unstoppable lapdog that's just he's basically the nuclear option for them. He just is able to make anyone do what Shinra wants them to do. And so they try to make everyone just like him. And I think that is like super cool. I love the story and the themes in this game, even if they're not perfect. Um, I still appreciate in a big way what the story's trying to do. And so to that end, you'll also notice a mutant sub theme. There are a lot of mutants in here, like First Class Soldier, that's a mutant soldier. Uh, Mako mutants, old school players will pick up on the fact that this is clearly an unstable mutation reference. And then Cloud Strife, he's a mutant mercenary. And you'll notice that he is not a soldier. That is something that bothered me when Wizards came up with their own versions of Cloud. If I can just look that up real quick. I have to do an advanced search because if you just look up Cloud, there's lots of cards with Cloud in it. Sets. Final Fantasy, please. Search. So there's 2 Cloud cards. One of them is Cloud Midgar Mercenary, and then the other is Cloud Planet's Champion. And they both make the same mistake. They add Soldier to his type line. Even though, 1, he's an ex-soldier, he's not a soldier anymore. And 2, spoilers, by the way, like big, huge freaking spoilers for FF7. If you haven't played it yet, you want to play this first or just like plug your ears or whatever. Cloud was never a soldier. Never. That's like the number one plot twist. Is that Cloud is actually an unreliable narrator. He gives you this big flashback about his whole story, and then you find out that it was all bogus. Or not all bogus, but like a big chunk of it. Enough of it was bogus. So adding Soldier to his type line bothers me. I also really think he should be a mutant. And then you also see like his colors just way off. I don't see why Cloud would be white. Maybe red, but it just this does not seem right to me. I very clearly envision him as green and blue because he is kind of a mix of both. He's a fierce warrior who's for the environment, but he's also like really calm and introspective and thoughtful. He's a clever guy. And then just to really hammer home the theme, I also came up with this card called Loss of Self. I'm really proud with the design of this one, even though it's very simple. Just the theme that it communicates. Like this tells you a lot about what FF7 really is. It's not just basic, protect the environment or I'll freaking kill you. Um, Now let's see. And that's pretty much it for the FF7 set. But let's see what we got with FF8. Now, I already discussed I'm not a big fan of FF8, but I think even I did FF8 way better than Wizards ever did. They did FF8 so dirty. If you ever looked at their offerings for cards based on Final Fantasy VIII, if you just look at Lionheart, I think it's 2 words. Yeah, Lionheart. Cost 4, equip 2. When it enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. This is the ultimate weapon in the game. Like the most powerful weapon you could possibly get. It rips through guys like like sponge cake. It is obscenely powerful, and this is how it translates to Magic the Gathering. Pathetic. Uh, my card, Revolver Gunblade. This is the default weapon that you start the game with. Already immensely more powerful. Where it straight up doubles the equipped creature's power. Now, because I wasn't a big fan of FF8, it was really, I'll admit, it was still pretty hard designing the set. But, I'm sorry, it still just cracks me up. Like, what is going on with this art for Squall? Why you got a big giraffe neck? But actually, let's hold on Squall for a second because this is what I came up with. I decided that I would make it red-black because, again, at the end of the day, there were some leftover archetypes that I hadn't quite figured out. Leftover color pairs that hadn't been taken yet. So I just went for black and red for some reason. When I think of FF8, I think of black and red. Maybe it's because Ultimecia, she's also very like black and red in her design. But it's also in a big way about mercenaries. Mercenaries tend to be black. And it's also mercenaries versus sorceresses. So you'll see like warlocks and shamans and stuff in here. Actually, pretty much just warlocks. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to key in on what the theme of this game was. It's honestly one of the weakest Final Fantasy games in terms of having a really strong theme that is executed successfully. So I just came up with this ability word, Junction. Because, the game has the junction system where you can junction spells and, like summons elemental magical spirits to yourself. But it comes with the downside that you sacrifice bits of your memory in order to do it, like your short-term memory. So what this archetype has is it has a lot of ways to put massive amounts of counters on dudes. Like it brings back Wither, where it deals damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters. So even if the creature doesn't die, those -1/-1 counters will go on to fuel these junction effects. And then these cards also have ways to put counters on your own dudes. Um, there's a bit of an ability counter sub theme here. This guy gives a death touch counter. This one gives a lifelink counter. Forest Owl Rebel enters with a haste counter. All that kind of thing. And you'll also notice the other thing about Junction is that it says 8 or more counters among permanents and or players. It doesn't care about what side they're on. Because 8 is a big number to get to, right? Better to get there by not getting there alone. So this forms a sort of like a weird sort of control. Sort of a control archetype. Because now your opponents are going to be nervous about dropping tons of counters on their stuff because it's going to get your junction effects going a lot sooner, and they may or may not be ready to deal with that. As you'll see very soon, that's some important counterplay to another archetype coming up. In fact, hey, I think we've seen what I want to show about FFA, so let's go ahead and check out Final Fantasy IX. And unfortunately, this is another one where I just kind of had to take the leftovers in terms of color pairs that I hadn't used yet. When it came down to the wire, the only ones that were left were white and green and blue and black, and I had to really think, which of these leftover games, Final Fantasy III or Final Fantasy IX, which one tends more towards these color pairs? And so, Final Fantasy IX, it was last come, last serve. So they kind of got stuck with the white and green color pair. But I think I was able to do enough mental gymnastics to kind of spin these different cards to be white or green. So white, once again, standing in for the Imperial forces, and then green standing up for more of the Rebel forces. And then on a thematic level, FF9 was also about finding your own purpose. It actually overlaps a lot with FF7. It was about finding your own purpose versus having a sense of purpose put upon you by an outside force. Whether it's, Princess Garnet being exploited by her abusive mother, whether it's breeding creatures for war like Kuja and Zidane being created by Garland to take over the planet. Lots of that. Or Beatrix, that's another one. Like, where she had the best intentions. She was strong, but her heart was too pure to stay loyal to an evil regiment. So that's what we've got here. I went ahead and I spun the different mage characters to be shaman instead of just straight up wizards, like wizards did. Like Vivi, if you look at Vivi, and then you take a look at what wizards did, they decided that Vivi should be a very Izzet coded creature, and I get that. But Izzet was already taken by FF6. FF6 deserves it more, and so I spun this into something different. I think also plays into hold on a sec, I didn't have that pulled up. I did something very different with Vivi that plays into like a moment in the game. So, in typical green fashion, green hates flying creatures. So, I got something that plays off of that. Because there's that scene where they're being chased by Black Waltz number 3, and Black Waltz number 3 flies, and then Vivi shoots him out of the sky. So there's that. And you'll notice there's a lot of +1/+1 counters going on here. With Mighty Guard, with Vivi. Let's see. You've got buff effects like Clayron Soldier. Echo increases the number of +1/+1 counters. Lots of that. And that's because the ability word here is trance. This is an effect that it's a little odd. It's a little different. And the reason why is it plays on a very obscure word that you only ever saw in the Brothers' War, size. Which, if I look that up real quick. If I can just look up anything with prototype. See, cards with prototype use this really, really odd word too. They say, you may cast the spell with different mana cost, color, and size. It keeps its abilities and types. What it means by size is power and toughness. That was their way of kind of like squeezing in a functional description to a very small space on the card. But I decided that I was going to run with it. So now these cards also refer to size. And what they say is if you control a creature with total size 9 or greater, then all these different effects come online. You know, Zidane gives you more treasure. Let's see who else we got. Kuja can draw you cards. Who else has trance? The friendly monster can give your creatures reach. Freya Crescent gains flying. Lots of that. So total size, you can see in the reminder text, size refers to power and toughness. So total size, if you had a 6/3, or a 2/7, or a 0/9, or a 5/4, those are all creatures with total size 9 or greater. You just add the power to the toughness, bam, you get your size. And so that's the theme for this. It's about getting smaller creatures and then making them bigger until you get trance. And that's your win con. The rub here is that, you know, you've got all these +1/+1 counters flying around. Well, you just look at Final Fantasy VIII, which is the opposite colors. Instead of white and green, it's black and red. Well, they'll take counters that your opponents put on their permanents and turn them against them. So just a little something to watch out for. And finally, we get FF10, because I knew that FF10 was going to be blue, at the very least. It has to be. Water is so central to the aesthetic of this game. It could not be blue. It was just a matter of which blue it was going to be. And I settled on white and blue because there's a bit of an anti-religious slant to this game. It's about a very evil theocracy that takes over the world. And they believe in exploiting spiritual power to just live forever. They get to come back as ghosts and rule on and just continue to amass power unto themselves. Whereas the opposing forces, they believe in the power of change. They believe in trying new things. They believe in questioning old ideas. It's actually a major overlap with Final Fantasy III in that regard. You know, the change versus permanence argument. And I think I represented that pretty well here. White representing, you know, rigidity, the rigidity of like a religious regime, and then blue representing the opportunity for change. And the theme I went with this time is enchantments, specifically enchantment creatures. Because, well, for one, white and blue, they both love enchantments. Lots of enchantment creatures, especially in those colors. And then on top of that, there are just a lot of like enchantment creatures in FF10. There are creatures that are made out of magic. So you see a lot of that here. The fiends, they have the name fiend in them, except for elemental fiend from FF1. They're pretty much all enchantment creatures. And then you've also got the Aeons from FF10, which are also enchantment creatures. And they all have the illusion subtype. So, if you remember, you know, the Mist Dragon from FF4, you know, that works in that archetype, or, well, it also works here. And also, Anima, you'll notice it has this thing, you may cast art spells that target creatures your opponents control without paying their mana costs. So this has a weird synergy with auras that are designed to harm your opponents and their permanents. So if you want to, you know, there are a lot of like nasty auras in black. Like I showed you Doom earlier. Doomza and Oldga and all that. If you want, you can take those and you can take Anima and you can Frankenstein together an aura deck in Dimir color. So Dimir doesn't always have to be all about mill in this set. So I think this is, I'm pretty proud of this one. I'm a big fan of FF10. It's my second favorite Final Fantasy game. I don't know. It's tough. Like 6, 7, and 10, they're all up there. I guess in a way I don't really fault Wizards for giving them the lion's share of the set in terms of how many like representative cards there are. So that's your 10 like 2-color archetypes, but obviously there are some other extra goodies around, especially cycles. I'm a big fan of cycles and Magic the Gathering. It just really tickles the like gotta catch them all part in my brain that makes you want to collect everything in a set. So if we look over there, we've got it's kind of a cycle. It's 2 cards for each of the like shard based color trios. And this is how I squeezed in the latter day Final Fantasy games. So Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14, you know, I naturally paired those together because those are the 2 online games. And so I based their mechanics around like glomping together a bunch of creatures. So 11 says if you control creatures with total toughness 11 or greater. Or if Free Company says if there are 14 or more creatures on the battlefield, you get this cool thing. That's kind of how I designed those. I did the best I could given that I didn't actually play them. Allied Regiment, he's got a very like they've got a very, what's the word, like Arcades master strategist type thing where it plays almost entirely off of toughness, which is a very bad thing. And then Free Company, this is kind of interesting. I made this one where it gets this absolutely massive insane buff when there are 14 or more creatures, but then it says that it must be blocked by each creature if able. So the buff is more designed to just like clear the board. Like once you get this online and then you attack with it, the buff is probably going to go away because this guy's going to wipe out all of the defending player's creatures, and then any leftover damage is going to go to them. Final Fantasy 12. I wasn't really a big fan of this game, so I wasn't too sure what the colors should be. Kind of just rolled with what I had, like what was left over. So they wound up being Naya colors, and they've got quickening where as long as you control creatures with total power 12 or more, you get something cool. Judge Branth just gets this big keyword salad, and then Ash has a like Platinum Empyrean effect where your life total can't change. Again, didn't play Final Fantasy 13, so I just kind of did my best. Decided to make them Grixis. One of them anyway, because one's a creature, Lightning Public Enemy, which I think is fitting, as I understand it. That's kind of her role in that game. But also just people hate Final Fantasy 13 a lot, and this might be brain dead of me, but I just went with the name Lightning, and so I just bolted a bunch of fast stuff on her. So she's got flash and haste, and then as long as you have 13 or less life, that's the Final Fantasy 13 thing. She gets Menace and Death Touch. And then Cocoon is a legendary artifact land. Normally it just taps for colorless, but if you've got Crystarium going, then it you can tap it. Oh no, wait. No, how did I design this? As long as you have 13 or less life, this land has whenever one or more creatures you control die, scry 1. That's its thing. And then 15, I made that Esper. I felt like that fit. Because it's got a lot of like weird. How do I put this? It's got a lot of like weird sleep versus death imagery, and that to me just kind of like clicks for Esper. Noctis, his thing is that anything that attaches auras, equipment, he's able to kind of give you insurance on those things. So if they would die, you just attach them to Noctis instead. And then you can also pay a little bit of mana to like attach stuff to him at instant speed. And then Lunafreya, she's got some more life drain going. But the thing that these two have in common is Armiger, where as long as you control 15 or more permanents. So any kind of permanent. That's why Noctis does what he does. He helps you keep as many permanents on the field as possible. And once you get that going, these guys are just epic, Noctis gets more keyword salad because I really like keywords. I like the little rock paper scissors game that Wizards has invented with the keywords. And then Lunafreya has a Platinum Angel effect where you can't lose and your opponents can't win. And then FF16, the game had not yet come out when I was designing the set, so I took what I knew just based on the trailers and did the best that I could. And I picked up on the idea that Ifrit and Phoenix are the two opposing forces. They're both elementals. They're both fire elementals, but they represent different like aspects of fire. So this is the fire destruction. This is the fire creation. So what they've got is Icon. These are effects that come online if there are 16 or more cards in graveyards. It doesn't matter which graveyards, just graveyards in general. Icon is very... Ifrit's Icon effect, he makes him like just very destructive. Death Touch, damage can't be prevented. Phoenix has a thing where you can cast him from your graveyard. And then if you cast him this way, you gain 6 life. So I think it did okay. And I don't necessarily know how these line up in terms of themes, but I tried to make them fun and functional Magic cards. Work with what you got. And then I've got other cycles. I've got the Chocobo cycle, where it's one of each color, and then the gold Chocobo is all 5 colors, obviously. A little disappointed in Wizards offering, where I think what they did, what's it called, Traveling Chocobo? Nope, that was wrong. Nope, it was not wrong. I just spelled traveling incorrectly. So if you look at all the prints, right, it's one creature that's green, but it's just printed with different art. That's different colors. And I didn't like that. Because the different colors of Chocobo are very different. So I tried to represent that as best I could. Blue Chocobo can walk over shallow water, so I give it Island Walk. Green Chocobo can go over mountains, but I didn't give it Mountain Walk. I gave it Trample instead. This Mountain Walk is basically just not even a thing anymore. Yellow Chocobo has Haste. Black Chocobo can go over shallow water and mountains. So I gave it Menace. And the thing you'll notice about 5 of these 6 cards is that they're also mounts, and they've got saddle, and they've got cool saddle effects. Now, Fat Chocobo is not a mount, because it's not. How do you mount this? Why would you want to mount this? This is based on the Fat Chocobo from FF3 that helps you manage your inventory. So when he enters, you get to return a cheap permanent from your yard to your hand. And there's a Gold Chocobo, which can't be blocked. And then he helps you draw cards. He's just a strong, all-around creature. Then I've got this cycle, kind of in opposition to the shard cycle that you saw earlier. This is the wedge cycle, where they're based on opposing triads of colors. And these are all like things that don't fit into any one Final Fantasy game. They span them all. They show up in almost every Final Fantasy game. So Behemoth is just big tough guy with keywords, keyword stew. Mega Elixir is just a tasty sorcery, really powerful. I like the design of Ribbon, where it has dual purpose. Hello. Hey, Zane the Gamer fan, just going over my fan-made MTG set. I'm almost finished. I don't know if you play MTG, but the new Final Fantasy set just dropped, and so I made my own set because I thought I could do a better job, and I'm a big fan of both MTG and Final Fantasy. So Ribbon, I like the design that I came up with for this one, where it's an equipment and it lets you hand out hexproof, but when it's not attached, you have hexproof. So it's kind of like it attaches to you, and then you have like an ability that lets you unattach it whenever you want at instant speed, no less. So that's pretty powerful. I actually think I might have made it too powerful. I might need to change the balance on that. Also, did you think about if you wanted to go? And you know what? Uh, I do have some vacation time. I might want to see if I've got any friends who want to see it with me. See if any of them have some time off. Because I work in the education system, and it's summer, so we've got a little breaky poo. So I've still got some things to take care of for myself, little odds and ends that I kind of put off because work was really cutting into my time. But I'll see. Because it's not always about if I want to see it. It's about can I see it? Can I squeeze that into my schedule? Uh, See if we can. Okay, it's in movie theaters and it will come out on Disney Plus when it's gone in theaters. Okay. And I don't have Disney Plus, but I'm pretty sure I know people who do. So even if I miss it in theaters, which I have a bad habit of doing, I'll see a movie and I'll think, yeah, that looks pretty neat. I'll check it out. And then I don't get around to it. Um, I said before the last time you were here, there's a movie theater in town. I'll definitely have to see what that's like, because I gotta. I have to assume that it's better than the other theater that I've been to, like a couple towns over, where it was just so brutal. Um, yeah, I don't know what if I was going to see Elio. It's too early for me to really say what day I would see it. Uh, I really got to take care of these errands first, and then see what kind of free time I have, because it's got to fit in between. It's got to fit in between the stuff that I got to do while I've got time off before I got to go back to work, and the vacation that I'm going on with my parents for a few days. But I was just going to tell the story. Well, it's not really a story. The ending was sad at the end of Elliot. Well, don't spoil it too much, you know. If I do see it, I don't want to know too much. But yeah, I was just thinking of one of the worst movie theater experiences I ever had. This was a couple towns over. I went with my dad to see Deadpool 3. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was a half hour of trailers. Really, really bad, annoying trailers. There was a trailer for the Crow reboot, remake, whatever you want to call it, that I don't even remember if that ever came out or if it was just hated out of existence. Uh, there was that like Lego movie that's based on some hip hop artist I've never even heard of. I think it was called like Piece by Piece or whatever. Have you seen the Minecraft movie? No. And frankly, I don't think I will. I do like Jack Black, but I've never played Minecraft a day in my life, so I wouldn't really have the connection there. I've also just heard like nightmare stories about going to see Minecraft in theater. Oh, it's on HBO Max streaming. Okay, that's definitely more encouraging, because the number one thing I've heard about Minecraft, the Minecraft movie, isn't actually anything about the movie itself. It's about the movie going experience. You know, I was talking about how bad it was trying to see Deadpool and sitting through a half hour of bad trailers. People are saying that they're going to the Minecraft movie and it's just filled with rambunctious children that run amok, and they're loud and rude and unpleasant, and they leave a mess. And I'm sure that's bad for the theater employees as well, that they got to clean up after these kids. But yeah, the idea of streaming it sounds a lot better. When I was at movie theaters, see it, everyone's yelling out the same stuff from the mic. Oh man. Uh, I'm happy to say that I have not yet experienced people in the theaters who are just like straight up belligerent. Maybe a little annoying, maybe like a little chitter chatter, and frankly, even I'm guilty of that. But no one that was just straight up insufferable. Although there was this one guy, and this was not his fault at all. I don't want to blame him. I don't want to give him a hard time. It really wasn't his fault, and it was really sad. But when I went to see, it was either National Treasure 1 or 2. Can't remember which. But there was this old guy in the audience who was hacking up a lung. It was the most wet, nasty, visceral coughs I'd ever heard in my life. I really thought that I was going to watch somebody die that day. He seemed to be in such poor condition. It was sad seeing him suffer like that, just trying to watch a national treasure. Thankfully, he was able to make it through, but I think everybody in that theater was really worried about the guy. He did not seem to be doing well. That was a long time ago. I don't even remember. Hold on a second. When did National Treasure come out? Which I actually just remembered that that's technically a Disney movie. Yeah, Walt Disney Pictures. First one came out in 2004. And then Book of Secrets came out in 2007. Of course. Of course it came out in 2007. That was just a year of disappointing movies. Wasn't that also the one where At World's End came out? Like another crap Disney movie? Yep, 2007. Golly, that was mm, like cool fight scene at the end, but everything building up to it was just very slow and tedious and like really overly political with characters switching sides on a near constant basis. Yeah. My head. And my eyes. I think my streamer lighting might be too bright. It's giving me a little bit of migraine. But I mean, I don't think the stream will be too much longer. I mean, it's coming up on dinner time. I'm just gonna wrap up this and then check out one more trailer and then a little closing thoughts. Let's see what else. Ultimate Weapon. I just gotta show this again. I wasn't too happy with Wizard's design of Ultimate Weapon. So this is what they cooked up. It says, whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature and opponent controls, equipped creature gets +7/+7. That just seems like such an unimaginative design to me. Now something that's a little closer to what I was thinking. Okay, no, that's not it. I don't remember what it was called, actually. But something that was closer to what I envisioned in terms of how Ultimate Weapon works. Was, man, it's some obscure name from some game that I didn't play. That's what it was called. It's called Aider and Pre-Win, where equipped creatures base power and toughness XX, where X is your life total. Uh, I think that's honestly like a terrible design. It's way too expensive to play, too expensive to equip, and all it does is give you a big body. I feel like mine is much more cost efficient and appealing overall. Uh, it only ups power, but it costs 3 to play, 4 to equip. You do have to have the right colors to play it. But I mean, this is just so much more cheap and appealing, and it actually plays into the way the Ultimate Weapon works in the games, where its damage is tied into your life total. And then there's Ultima, which is very straightforward, Abzan coded spell where it just messes you up. Now, what else did I have after this? I have... Oh, well, I have Battles. Hey, remember Battles? Remember that cool, exciting new card type that Wizards cooked up for their little Phyrexian story that was going on? What was it called? All Will Be One or something? And it was supposed to be a new mainstay, and it was going to rock the block. And then the set came, and it left, and we never saw Battles again. Never, ever, ever. Not even in the Lord of the Rings set, which is famous for its battles. You know, the battle at Helm's Deep, the Battle of Five Armies, uh, the battle in the Dwarven Mines, or at the Prancing Pony. We don't get cards based on any of those. No, that seems real boneheaded. So yeah, I decided to design my own battles that are much more straightforward in terms of functionality. It's not a weird thing where it's a pinata that you buy for yourself to hit with your creatures. This is just a, a, a permanent that you control. It's on your side of the battlefield, and they all have the subtype encounter. And the idea here is that when they die, you choose one of the modes at the bottom. So they're cheaply costed. They give you a modest passive effect. And then when they die, they give you something good. And this is where you get kind of your sample platter of what is at the center of each game and each archetype in terms of themes and design. Like, you want to know in a nutshell what each Final Fantasy game is about. This is Harmony versus Discord. That's Final Fantasy 1. 2 is Order versus Rebellion. 3 is Detachment versus Obsession. 4 is just straight up good versus evil. 5 is Purity versus Pollution. 6 is Hope versus Despair. That was a big thing there. 7 is Conformity versus Sincerity. 8, the only theme I could pick up on was Passion versus Solitude, where Squall, for reasons that aren't really stated or aren't really explained well, he just likes to be a loner, and then there's this woman he likes that's trying to worm her way into his heart. And so he's kind of learning the value of other people, while the villain, Ultimacia, just wants to reduce the world to nothing but herself. Final Fantasy 9 is Control versus Purpose. 10 is Continuity versus Change. Kind of an overlap with 3. The same way that there's a big overlap between 7 and 9. And I made one more that was kind of a catch-all. And it also kind of represents a little spin-off in the form of the city of Final Fantasy. This is Battle for the Crystals. It's one of the very few, like... In fact, it's one of, I think, only 3 5-color cards in my set. So this one is epic. It costs 5 colors. It's got 10 defense. It gives you cards when you cast legendary spells, and then you pick either Cosmos, where you put an indestructible counter on something, or Chaos, where you exile something. And that's just something that I kind of spitballed that wasn't in my original notes, but I think I'm quite pleased with it. And I like that the art that I was able to find for this card really matches the gold border. And then we got a Planeswalker cycle. This is, I think, the last one. No, not quite. But yeah, I cooked up some Planeswalkers, and check it out. It's Sora and Sid. I know that the Sids are different characters technically, but this is just the way I figured out how to like put them all together. Wizards, their idea was to just make one card and then have 16 different arts for it, because there are enough common elements across Sids. And even though they are different characters and they look very different, I mean, you think about Urza, which is like the Sid of Magic the Gathering. Think about how many times that character's design has changed. These are all characters that have appeared across multiple like Final Fantasy franchises, except for Sora, where it's the opposite. Like different Final Fantasy franchises cross over with him, and I tried to design these in such a way where they can cross over with different archetypes. Like Sora in particular, he's got life gain, which makes him good for the FF4 archetype. He's also got counters, which makes him sync up with FF9. And then he's got an enchantment creature thing going on as well. So he'll work in an FF10 deck too. And I tried all sorts of different things with these Planeswalkers, as you can see. Sora doesn't really have an ultimate, Sid has like a crazy ultimate, but he also has a special passive ability. That's the only way to put counters on him. Biggs and Wedge, they don't have a mana cost, and so they can't normally be played. The only way to play them is with their special ability. Gilgamesh is all equipment. And then Go-Go. Go-Go I almost messed up in design because he was all about copying stuff. Copy target activated or triggered ability, copy target aura spell or loyalty ability. But then I remember that loyalty abilities only work at sorcery speed, so I had to squeeze this in where you can activate them anytime you get cast an instant, but only during your turn, so I think that's fair. And then there's just these last little tidbits here. Bahamut appears across all games, so I made him like all 5 colors. Gave him just like epic keywords. He's got Ward 15 instead of Ward 16 because he doesn't appear in Final Fantasy 2. And then when he enters, he does a bunch of like little things. That's like a sample platter of different archetypes. So he has a -1/-1 counter. He mills and he causes life loss. Omega Weapon, I really just focused more on making him work the way that he does in FF5. So he's got like Encircle, he's got Wave Cannon, and then he's got the Rocket Punch Confuse effect going on. And then Chuck About Joe, this is the last card that I designed. I just came up with it on the spot because I remembered him and I decided that I just really wanted to make a card based on him. He's 4 colors. He's the only one of his kind in the set. And he's got haste and trample, and he's got that dumb, annoying thing from the game where he's just automatically better than you. So his power is equal to the greatest power among creatures your opponents control +1, and then toughness works very much the same way. So he's very deliberately designed to be a jackass. And that's my Final Fantasy set. Like I said, I did pick up on some little errors that I want to go back and fix. So I'll be doing a little more proofreading, and then at some point I'm going to come back to this VOD on YouTube, and then I'll try and paste a link to this set so that other people can print it up and play with it. But that's later. Now, I want to squeeze this in. Hold on a second. First, I want to. I was trying to find that card that I lost before, and I don't see it anywhere. Man, that's weird. I can't find that card. That's just really bothering me right now. I didn't even pick up on that. That's wrong. That's wrong. This does take a little bit more work before it's ready to go, but I almost forgot to check this out. Which, I don't know. Let me check real quick. Just wanted to make sure this was appropriate. Because check this out. This came up. When was this posted? June 15th. Yeah, it was posted like right after I finished my last stream. It's the panty and stocking with garter belt trailer for the new season, which I absolutely loved the first season, and I was convinced that there was never going to be another. That all hints and talks of a season two were just a joke. Like it was an in joke on how like all Gainax anime always have like really bittersweet endings that just lead to nothing. But lo and behold, they did eventually move forward with a second season. So I understand that this is Trigger. The trailer was posted by Katakawa Anime. They must have gotten the rights. Because I mean, really, how hard is that? Because as tragic as it is, the once like iconic, invincible, unstoppable Gainax Studios really is just a shell of its former self. They don't do anything relevant. All their best talent left. Uh, like the lion's share of their best artists, they just moved on to Trigger, and they really just didn't have anything left. They're just they're really just dried up and useless. They're not doing anything anymore. Uh, Everything great about them just went on to become Trigger. And Panty and Stocking in particular is just so trigger coded that I often find myself misremembering it as a Trigger anime and not Gainax. So I've actually already watched this trailer, but maybe it's been a little too long since I watched it, so it might still surprise me. Okay, I freaked out for some reason. Oh, looks like they improved the subtitles because last time I couldn't read them at all. Oh my gosh. I didn't think it was possible, but the art pops even harder than before. I absolutely love the colors going on here. They've really been brushing up on their use of color. Some more angels showing up, and this time it's like these goofy soft boy K-pop dudes. And it seems like maybe Panty and Stocking are teaming up with Scanty and Knee Socks. And boy, possible heel turn from Garter Belts. Interesting. Yeah, very hype about this. I think everybody is really. Panty and Stocking is very beloved. And I'm definitely looking forward to this. When was this coming out again? Dang it. Can't read Japanese. I like it says 2025. That's already nuts. But I don't know. Is this July 9th or is it September 7th? I gotta hold on a second. Can I translate this? Uh, dang it. Does it say on Wikipedia? Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. Uh, Reception notes. Um, Season 2. July 9th. That is so soon. I don't know if I want to check that out on stream though, because I mean it's Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. It's more than a little inappropriate. You don't know what's gonna blindside you watching that. Yeah, that's hype though. But I think that's gonna do it for this stream. Whew. Man, that's. Mm, mm. So here's the thing, right? Uh, as previously discussed, I'm planning on going on vacation with my parents. Uh, we're gonna be going out of town Saturday, and we're not gonna come back until I think the second or the third. So that puts me in an awkward position, right? Because normally I stream on Sundays. Um, and this time I'm not going to be able to do that. And as I understand it, One Piece is not on break. I'm 99% sure. I went ahead and checked, okay? It is definitely not on break. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stream. I'm going to stream the day before we leave. I'm going to stream sometime on the 27th, assuming the new One Piece chapter is out by then. Just to kind of squeeze that in before I gotta go, because I don't want that hanging over my head. I would hate to spend my whole vacation just painfully impatient about the new One Piece chapter and what could possibly be in it, what's going on, and then possibly do something else. I think I think the itinerary for the next stream is going to take shape over the course of the next 4 days as I try to clear out my schedule of all the little things that I need to take care of. Um, Little errands, my car needs work. Because I've got lots of different ideas, right? I've been meaning to. I need to start editing that Father's Day video. And then I've also got more Final Fantasy MtG content going on where I kind of want to make a tier list for, the official set. Other things that I need to work on. The introductory video for my YouTube channel is still busted. It's not the music is not properly synced up, so I need to work on a better version of that. I looked up a tutorial on how to change something in a video without losing your views or your likes. So I'm definitely gonna have to do that. Uh, I discussed previously. I want to work on a Roomba out of context video. I think I've definitely got enough material to work with there. Something a little different for this channel. And then one other thing. That's a good thing I made a note of this. Now that my Final Fantasy set is mostly finished, I gotta work on the Last Airbender set because not only has Wizards announced their own Last Airbender set, but they've already dropped some spoilers, which is absolutely insane to me. This set's not supposed to come out until when? Like November. Yeah, November 21st. That's a ways off, and they're already dropping spoilers for it. And my gaming table just lit up for some reason. That's weird. But yeah, let's go ahead and check this out. This is Avatar Aang. They got the colors right. It's 4 colors. That's how I expected. Human Avatar Ally. That's weird. So there's going to be an ally archetype. I guess he's going to be an ally along with the rest of the gang, Sokka and Katara and all them. Firebending is a keyword. Not sure what's going on there. And he flies. And yeah, they're all keywords. Waterbend, earthbend, firebend, or airbend. Whenever you do these nondescript things, you draw a card. Then if you've done all four this turn, transform Avatar Aang. So there's transforming cards in this, which, by the way, I didn't discuss. In my fan-made MTG set, especially in the Final Fantasy IV archetype, you'll notice there are cards that kind of function like transforming cards, but not quite, and that's just because I don't care for transforming cards at all. I don't like anything that forces me to use sleeves or proxies. But the flip side of this, rather perplexingly, it only has a 5-color identity. It's a 6/6 legendary avatar ally with flying. Spells you cast costs 1 of everything less to cast. Which I guess black is like a stand-in for like spirit. Although spirit is not it's not treated like a 5th element. It's quite the opposite, actually. It's the absence of all elements. It is the counter to elements. It's a world without elements. Elements represent like the physical world. Spirits are a different thing. If anything, you could argue that instead of black, spirits should be represented by colorless. Although, to be fair, in my fan-made Last Airbender sets, I did make spirits into like a Grixis-coded archetype. But I mean, what else was I supposed to do? In a world that revolves around 4 elements, I really struggled to fill out black for colors, or for cards of any kind. It really wound up being the runt of the litter, so that was my solution. Well, let's see what the rest of this card says. It says, at the beginning of each upkeep, you may transforming a Master of Elements. If you do, you get like a gift basket. You just get a little bit of everything, right? I assume this is like a little preview into what each element is going to be about. So I assume airbending is going to be about life gain, and waterbending is going to be about cards, and then earthbending is going to be about counters, and then firebending is going to be about direct damage. That's what I'm assuming. I will be interested to see what the proper archetypes are, because, like, how do you do 10 different archetypes about a world that revolves around 4 elements and 4 nations representing each element? How do you do that? Very interesting. And you know what? While we're here, let's just go ahead and check out these spoilers for Edge of Eternity. I'm not particularly interested in this set. I mean, it is cool, like crazy space opera stuff, but I mean, it doesn't grab me the same way that Final Fantasy does. And also, just the previews that they showed, it wasn't really, not really blowing my skirt up. You know, it looked like dumb MCU Cosmic Eternals type crap. I do like this though. So the things that I assumed were space goblins, they're actually Kavu. But fair enough. Okay. I miss Kavu. I remember the old days. I like the set symbol. We've got spacecraft, and we've also got the rules change that spacecraft as well as vehicles, and basically anything that has this, anything that has a power and toughness box on the front face of the card, they're changing it to where those can be commanders. Which I don't play too much Commander, but I don't know, should be interesting. I saw some other ones. Did they announce more Spider-Man stuff? No, not really. Just more of the same. Marvel Universe. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, so I've got a lot of different projects working on that I'm working on or want to work on. I think it's more accurate to say. So that's just something I'm gonna have to hash out for the next 4 days, and then yeah, assuming all goes well, I should see you guys on the 27th. Not sure exactly when. I'll have to figure that out. Of course, it also depends on when the translation for the new One Piece chapter drops. But that's it for this stream. Uh, Thanks for joining me. uh, if you could leave a like, that would be appreciated. A subscription, even more so. And feel free to leave a comment telling me what you thought about well, anything that we checked out. We covered a lot of ground. We checked out the Elio trailer. We checked out uh, the Panty and Stocking season 2 trailer. We checked out Amazing Digital Circus episode 5. You can tell me where do you think the story's going. I'm very interested. I'm having a harder and harder time figuring out who the villains are going to be. And feel free to comment on any of the MTG stuff that we checked out. What do you think of the new set that just came out, or the new sets that are coming? What did you think of my own fan made sets? Like, is it good, bad, balanced, unbalanced? What would you change about it? You know, any feedback is welcome. And yeah, thanks for your support. You know, every like and every comment and every subscription helps push us on to bigger and better things. But for now, that'll do it. And y'all have a good night. And thanks again. Thanks for joining, Zane the Gamer Fan. Hope to see you again. Good night, y'all. Oh, and actually, I was just about to go to intermission. One thing, I'm sorry, I'm not really good at the like ending spiel here, right? I almost forgot to like plug on my socials. I mean, you always see them down at the bottom of the screen, right? Just if there are any changes in schedule, that these would be the best way to find out, especially Twitter. Twitter's like the easiest social media platform for me to manage. Unfortunately, I did not get the chance to advertise the stream on social media this time. As always, I try to be better, but you know, no promises. I just do what I can with the time and energy that I have. But yeah, that's it. Y'all have a good night.